Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh wait, I just realized I can hear the Discord noises. Um, I'm gonna make sure that this is all right. I turn that down probably. Um. Okay. I think everything's going right still. How do I do this again? Streamer mode. It's right there. Right. Rouse, look. Wait, why is Rouse like that? Oh yeah, he's normally like that. Okay. Um, I'm here with Ricardo again. I'm gonna unmute. I don't know how long he's gonna be here for. He might be here the whole time. He might not. I don't know, but he's here. Hello.
Hello?
What up? Wait, you can't even hear this. Oh yeah.
It's not my position.
Oh, you're quiet now. I forgot. Okay, speak.
Quiet.
All right, you're like normal now.
Hello.
Beep beep beep
Hello.
beep 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 beep. Dude, where's the best Rouse gifts?
Ah, 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 ah. The best Rouse gift?
Did you see me looking for a gift to send you while I was like really trying to find a good one.
Like the plush dancing one.
What?
The dancing plushie.
Yeah, I just set on whatever that was. What is this?
What?
Wait, maybe a spoiler. Don't tell me.
Okay.
Yeah, just in case any of these are spoilers, I'm not gonna look through them.
Good night.
Speak real quick.
I'm speaking.
Okay, maybe I need to turn you a little more up.
Maybe you need to die. You need to die.
Maybe I need to turn you down.
No.
Yo, oh snap, we got another new person that I know in real life. What you gonna play? We're gonna play deltarune, Bradley. The best game ever.
The
What up,
worst game
Bradley? What
ever.
up? I did not expect to see you here. I didn't even know you were following me. I forgot. What's up, Bradley? We're gonna play deltarune. Fire, I'm on the game. I'm on the game with my brother. What game? What game are you playing? Fortnite, that's what I thought. Okay, if I turn myself up, I think that's probably too loud. This is probably fine. I'll catch you later. Peace. Peace, peace, peace. Tune in later. That's probably gonna be a late stream. Okay, well, I guess it's time to start deltarune. Yeah, I guess so. No, it's not. Because I have to set up things. Turn this music off. What else do I have to do? Am I ready? Or am I ready? Am I ready?
Hooray.
I'm ready. That's no plushie. That's a
That's no
goblin,
plushie. That's. Oh!
according to the GIF.
The goblin?
I guess so. I guess goblins can be portrayed in many ways. Alright, well, I guess I'm ready. Let's do it. Let's do it. Transition. Let's get deltarune going. Are you ready?
I'm very ready.
Are you
No,
ready for the game? It's gonna be so good. Chapter 4.
Ready for that Betty? I don't know.
What? You hearing this, Ricardo?
Hearing it. Very much hearing it.
Okay, I am louder than it. I just wish I knew. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna turn this off. That would have been good stream start music. Dang, I'm gonna do that next time. Coolio. What was I even doing? I was... Shoot, I forgot.
On God.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom.
Ow.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Right. Okay, I'm loud enough. Wait, speak, Ricardo. Speak.
No.
Alright, let's talk at the same time. Say, the brown dog jumped over the lazy fox.
No.
Please.
The quick brown fox.
Alright, let's talk at the same time. Say, the brown dog jumped over the lazy
The brown
fox.
dog.
Please.
The quick brown fox.
Okay, you're loud enough. Actually, I probably need to turn you up a little more still. Okay, I guess you're going to 100% volume. I had you turned down because you were loud on your phone.
How dare you?
Okay, let's do this. Dude, let's play deltarune.
Deltarune.
Yeah, chapter 4 is out now.
Not for like 2 days.
What is that? Whoa, that was the deltarune.
The deltarune?
Yeah, did you see that?
Not really.
Dang, that was cool. Alright, I need to erase this. We're starting from the top.
I watched on like.
What?
How can I watch this stream remotely?
I'm streaming it.
Yeah, I know, but I don't. I'm on something right now.
Then, what do you mean?
I'm on Roblox.
Yeah, but then what do you mean? Watch it remotely.
Like, how do I watch it on a different screen?
Do you have 2 screens?
No. I mean, I got a tablet. That's all I really got.
I don't know what kind of microphone you're using, but will it work on that or something?
What?
The microphone that you're using. What microphone are you using?
Just a headset mic.
Will it work on the tablet?
No.
Well, what a shame. Shoot. I don't know. Shoot.
half of the things.
Shoot. I read quite a bit yesterday. Like at the very end.
Ah.
Bro, ain't no 2 viewers on here. What? I just got lied to. Dude, look how many views my VOD is getting. Like, who is watching this?
What if it's just like one person watching it over and over and over and over?
I have one really big fan. Dude, I want to meet my biggest fan. Who's my biggest fan? I want to meet him.
Who's your biggest fan?
Oh snap! Look at this. I'm doing the
biggest fan
thing.
watching? What thing?
The thing where the thing happens.
The thing. Where that thing happened. You know?
Whoa, it's like a
That
pyramid.
thing. Are you a pyramid?
Am I a pyramid? No, but this is. Look, now they're all gonna shake. It's gonna suck. Wait. Now I gotta mess with it. Now I gotta do that. Oh, yeah, that's what's up. Bro, what am I doing? I gotta play deltarune. Whoa, this is cool. Yes, it's doing exactly what I wanted it to do.
Hey, what the freak, man?
Are you seeing this?
Yeah. Did you restart your whole save?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
I don't think he's ready, guys.
Dude, I had chocolate milk. I forgot. When's the last time you had chocolate milk?
I haven't had chocolate milk.
Ever?
I don't have milk right now.
I said, when's the last time?
A little bit.
I know when the last time I had it was. Right now. That was a good one.
No, it wasn't. No.
Dude, the game's not even in version 1. What?
What?
Version
What do you mean by that?
0.0.088.
The fuck does that mean? What are you talking about?
Ask Toby. It's at the bottom. Version 0. Deltarune version 0.0.088. Fascinating.
How fascinating.
Okay. I think I'm ready. Ugh.
I don't think he's ready yet.
What is it? This save? This save. Yes, and then we and then I guess okay, yeah. Yeah. The night. The roaring night. The one who's making the dark. The one who's trying to destroy the world. I need to wake up right now.
What is happening?
Oof, I was like tired before. Hold on, maybe I should do some maybe I should splash water on my face or something.
We do like voice warm ups. Oh shit!
Should I do voice warm-ups?
Is that a thing?
Voice warm-ups, yeah. Me 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 me.
Me.
1, 2.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2.
1, 2, 3.
Vox Tricks official. Who is this,
1, 2,
bruh?
3.
Stream
Like,
elements, bro.
what are you saying?
I'm looking at my moderators. And it's
The
just,
moderator?
it's not even moderators. It's not real people. It's bots.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Whoa. Grinding on the PTG SMP 2022. Holy snap.
Grinding on the what? The what?
Why don't you shut your darn mouth? Sorry, I'm just really violent. I'm really angry. Waking up. Wake up. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna have my headset off for a second.
Shut up. Stop. What are you even doing?
Alright.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna mute my mic for a second. Oh, I'm lightheaded now. Whoa. Bro, Bradley was in the chat. Yo, let's play deltarune. Okay. So that's our enemy. Up until today. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this last night. I'll mention it in a second. It felt kind of like how no matter how serious our adventures got, they were just part of another world. Dude, what I was gonna say... What a fool. This is... Because if the night wins, it brings the roaring to the real world. Dude. What I was gonna say is that Susie, at the very beginning of chapter 3 was like, oh well, whatever, this means another adventure, right? And at like the end of it, the whole mood of the game will change because like it kind of realizes like this is real. Like now we actually have to like save the world. Like the adventure just got more serious. Bruh. But now someone's taken Undyne into the shelter. The real shelter. Chris, we have to do something before she's... There's no point in talking about it. Chris, hurry up and seal the fountain. It's time to wake up. Chris, are you listening? It's time to wake up. Wake up. Dude, I'm crazy tired right now. Holy snap.
What time did you sleep at?
4 or something. You woke up at like 5. Assuming that the time that you went online is the time that you woke up at like 4 or 5. I woke up at 12 something.
Yeah.
What's up with that?
Because I don't... Why do I have to wake up, huh?
Because you wanted to wake
early
up. You
for?
told me about this. You were like, you don't like sleeping in, you don't like staying up.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, but what I gotta wake up for?
I don't like sleeping in my ass. That's
Did I
what...
not say that, did I?
That's what I was... I forgot what you said. You said something similar, though. Oh, yeah, look at this, people. Hold on. I have to look up deltarune. No, not deltarune.com. Actually, this is fine.
Is it really?
What?
Oh, shit!
Dude, Sans.
Dude, sons.
Dude, he's in this game.
He's real.
How old was Toby Fox in 2003?
100 years old.
In
He's
2013?
100.
He was 22. Okay. Dang, he's old.
You're lying, you're lying, you're lying.
How old is Toby Fox? He's only 33? What? Oh, wait, that makes sense.
Wow.
I thought he was like in his 40s.
No.
I thought this dude was old by now.
Idiot.
Scott Cawthon's approaching 50. Solar leveler. Sorry, I just said your name. That was wrong of me. What'd you say?
He has kids.
Yeah, he's had
Scott
kids.
Cawthon.
He had kids since the first game, which makes sense because he would have been in his 40s
He's crazy, they're old now.
or
They're all
50s.
old.
Yeah.
Because they're like
Who else?
teenagers or something, I don't know.
Who actually cares about Yandere Dev? Temmie Chang? Right, forgot about Temmie. Tuyo Chang. Tuyo. Who is Eric Barone? I need to play the game. Good morning, Sleepyhead. Breakfast is waiting. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Chris, hurry up or someone else will eat it. Alright. I'm in. I need to close my curtain, actually, so I'm not in. Oh! I almost just tripped. Darker than dark. Alright, had another sip. I'm so ready. Boom.
This guy's so ready.
Boom. Oh, Chris, you were sleeping like a puppy. Did you rest well? Dude, remember yesterday when I talked about my teeth feeling weird? It just happened again.
What? I don't remember that at all.
Whenever I started toothing.
He started
Yeah, like my teeth feel weird.
freak.
Like I'm low-key about to start chewing on my blanket next to me.
Dude, you're gonna have adult, even more adult teeth.
Ew. I have a gross mark on my blanket now.
You started chewing on your fucking blanket?
Yeah, I wanted to see if it would feel good. If it would relieve the tension. Come to think of it, I had some very strange dreams. Oh well, no more TV just before bed. Chris, how the hell you sleep like a breakfast like this? Butterscotch pancakes? Dude, what is butterscotch? I've been meaning to look this up. Same for butterscotch pie. Is butterscotch like... Ooh, not that, but this. Ooh, okay, you know what, Loki? Butterscotch looks gross. Sorry.
I think it's like, wait, what's it look like?
Look at
It's
this.
supposed to be like, I think it's supposed to be kind of like caramel, like, something.
Ew, I don't like caramel. Butterscotch pancakes. Oh wait, that looks really good actually. Oh wait, no, because it's not even butterscotch on it yet. Okay, well what does a butterscotch pie look like? Pie? Ooh, that looks kind of yummy.
Yummy.
I would kind of eat that, I'm not gonna lie.
Looks like a pumpkin pie.
Yeah, I want pumpkin pie right now. Bro, the one viewer that I shouted out. I was trying to watch Wilbur and I see your goofy ass. I'm gonna explode your computer. Who are you? Is this Triana?
Wilbur?
Back Shoto lock. Broken heart emoji blowed your I'm gonna explode your computer. Back Shoto lock. This is Triana. Yo. Get out of here. Get out. You're banned. What do these mean?
Forever.
Back Shoto lock. Wilbur? Dude, I forgot. He still streams, doesn't he?
He does?
I'm sure, probably. I was thinking about him recently. Yeah.
The guy that like bit his girlfriend?
Yeah, there's all
For some
that.
reason.
Dude, and then I started get like that's also another reason why I left Twitter. I was getting stuff about that for like months after it happened. It made me really hate it. And it made me hate Twitter, and I left because it was just so annoying. I didn't leave Twitter. It's just I don't use it anymore because Twitter sucks. Back Shoto lock back. Dude, I don't even know what your name is. Leave Wilbur alone. Broken heart emoji. Broken heart emoji. Broken heart emoji. Rose emoji. Rose emoji. Rose emoji. Rose emoji. You're banned, bro.
Oh!
You're banned. Back shot o'clock. Oh snap. That's my username. Yeah, that's also your alt on Instagram. Wake up. Dude, I'm tired. I'm really not here. And I'm toothing. I'm toothing right now. Like
You
I'm
didn't sleep in like me.
what? Yeah,
You're not
no.
allowed to? Oh yeah, you're not allowed to.
I'm like not allowed to sleep in. Dude, I'm toothing right now.
What the hell? Dude, you're mutating.
No, I mean I always like want to chew on something. It's nice.
You're mutating, man. You're mutating.
Full height docs. Wake up. Look, China's deltarune, bro. Butterscotch pancake, infinite omelets. Living like this gotta be a sin. Oh, sinning. That reminds me. Because it's the church. Hey, Chiana, look at this. Bro, you're like 14. Why are you teething? Why are your baby teeth? Dude, I'm still 14, bro. I really gotta kill myself. What?
You were 14.
What? I'm 13.
You're 14. You're 14.
Changing game. This one kind of sucks, but it's okay. Same with this one. I like this little picture I put though. Where's the picture at? Oh, I'm not on the right one. Oh, I'm also on studio mode.
It's crazy you're still 14.
I'm still 14. You're like 14. You're about to get all banned out my chat.
How am I gonna get banned?
Why are you teething? Why are your baby teeth barely growing? I don't know. Just like I have such an urge to bite, to chew. I wish I had gum right now, but it would not sound good on stream, I bet. Oh, sitting. That reminds me. What?
You still gonna ban me? How you gonna ban me, huh?
Wake up and grow. I'll be changing your diapers. Dude, my diapers are clean. I don't even pee in them anymore.
Why do you still wear them?
Cause, bruh, comfortable. Oh, I can. What does a permit do? Timeout, ban, back shadow clock. Yeah. What do you mean that's your name? No, it's not. It doesn't say clock. You have it wrong. Why is your username incorrect? Diapers.
Wrong, incorrect. This is.
Hey, the Radster is
not
back.
true.
What up, Bradley? I know you're in chat. Say something right now. I should be banning you, bro.
Don't do it.
You don't even got a profile picture. June 9th. That's today. Wait, yeah, it is. Wait, no, it's not.
That is today.
Mod comments. Ban. Wait. This user not
Ban
it.
forever.
Avoid. That's from my mods, bro. Don't ever.
Don't ever.
Yo, I gotta play the game. I want to watch a little bit on Twitch. That's why it's recent. I'm not a fan. What? Oh, like you're not a fan of Wilbur, but you went on Twitch so you could check it. I think that's what you're talking about.
That's interesting.
No, I'm not your fan. No, what? Wait, what do you mean? That's
Is this your first hater?
that's why it's recent. Oh, this is like your first time chatting in the chat, isn't it? Why do you only have one message?
Oh my god. Oh.
Dude, this game for what how do I get this working? So I hate me and want me to die. Excuse me?
What?
So I think you meant you. Where's the I? Yeah, you meant you. So you hate me and want me to die. Bro, what are you even talking about? What did I say?
It's
Studio mode. Oh my god. Try to check this out. I don't know. I don't have any picture to show you. Check this out. Look, butterscotch pie. Would you eat this? How about this? Butterscotch pancakes. That looks gross.
Oh no.
That looks terrible. Same as same.
Pancake?
Yeah, look at this. Like the syrup on it. The butterscotch.
That's butterscotch.
It looks bad.
Butterscotch syrup.
Butterscotch foods.
I think butterscotch is like a hard candy.
Yeah, there's these. Butterscotch.
Butterscotch.
It's not the holidays without my grandma's butterscotch pie. What is
Yeah, sure.
it? Jump to recipe?
Oh no.
Bro, let's play the game. Oh, sinning. That reminds me. Susie, how would light service to us today?
Sorry.
Sure. Oh, wonderful. Just let me find some clothes for you. All right, I'm in. I'm in now. I'm in. I'm locked in. I'm locked on. Look, it's Kevin Smith. That's what I was talking about. Okay, I'm locked in.
What's Kevin
Peachy.
Smith?
Who's Kevin Smith?
Yeah.
He made a
Yeah,
bunch of movies.
Tell me everything.
Look,
Mr. Locked In. Dude, are you locked in?
I'm locked in to my own topic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here's the other picture I sent you. Kevin Smith with his thumbs up. I like that one too.
What other picture?
This one with his thumbs up. He got really skinny because he had a heart attack. That doesn't even look like Kevin Smith. Boom, dum, dum, boom. Dum, 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 dum. It's the hell. The hell? We have to go to church? Damn it, I knew these pancakes were a trap. Well, time for me to get the hell out. Chris, wait a sec. You remember last night, right? Undyne? That place she was taken to? The shelter? It's like close to the church, right? It's probably a long shot, but maybe someone around there knows how to get in. I mean, if we don't hurry and save her, then... Susie, Chris, come try on your clothes. Just a sec. Oh yeah, rate the fit, you said.
Dude, what do you think of that fit?
Here, try these on. You know what? It's fire. It's fire. I literally don't know what's on Susie though.
Super hot fire.
Super hot fire. And Chris's jacket. Oh, I forgot to say that too. It was like I was gonna say last night that I bet that the jacket changes based on what you made the person at the very beginning of the game,
No.
but it's not. That wouldn't make sense.
No.
Shut up. No, that was mean. I'm gonna be really sad now.
No, you idiot.
No, you're wrong. Stop guessing. You suck at this game. That's what you in my head just told me, and now I'm upset. Bow, da, da, bow. Sorry, Susie. All that fits you. Best viewers on. Oh my god, why am I actually getting so many chatters? And this one's a bot, though. Best viewers, proboosters.online. Get out my chat, bro.
Dude,
That makes me
You're
look
famous.
bad.
you're famous.
Like, I
now.
legit need to ban this person. Sorry, Susie. All that fits you are Azrael's old clothes. How come you skipped 441 chapters of Deltarune? Because I played them all. I did it all. I knew! I was literally thinking about that. I was literally, whenever I was naming it that, I was like, what if I said something about that midstream? And then you did it for me because I completely forgot that it's called that. Dude, oh my god, I'm tired. Like, why am I actually, like, I am not in right now. Whew. It's because I didn't get to sleep in. You slept in till 4, though. That's bad. You gotta fix that. Quite fond of Disco. Disco Elysium. That's what I'm talking about. I need to play that game again. Okay. Oh, Chris, does she not look perfect? Sorry this is happening. Did I say that last time? Shut up. This is your fault. I don't think I said that yesterday. Not you. Well, shall we all? I'm so inconspicuous.
So very inconspicuous. Whatever.
Not clearly visible or attracting attention. Not conspicuous. What? Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
You shut your mouth. You're not even looking. You don't even know what's going on. I'm gonna explain every joke I make out loud verbally so you can understand.
You don't have to do that.
Walk over together? Wait, what? I think I missed. I forgot. Okay. Well, let's just get this over with. That's right. Okay, I want to see all this dialogue again. Wash your hands at church, Chris. There's no time to... Oh, this is what I was... Okay. Yesterday, I thought that I read the bookcase and then I read it again. But no, never mind. Because, yeah, I totally skipped over a bunch of this yesterday because I was trying to, like, just get a little preview of it. It's hard to put into words, but for some reason, seeing Susie next to you, you felt like whatever you were, for just right now, it might be okay. Very interesting. Money. Oh yeah, the blood stain. The hell is this giant blood stain? Just use vinegar. Vinegar and hot water. Cleans it up. Look, we don't have time
You
here.
didn't say much about that just like random blood stain.
Yeah, no, I didn't even like notice it yesterday until you were like, what? Until you pointed out how weird it was. Somehow, you and Susie made time to clean up the stain. Stress-related incident. Chris tends to get really stressed about his, I don't even know. Dude, I'm too tired.
Dude,
I like
you gonna even
I had
like
it.
pass out midstream.
I don't know. I just can't even like keep my eyes open. I have to keep rubbing them. It sucks. Damn it, we're gonna be late. Damn it. Why'd you say it twice?
You like fucking dialoguing it. It's like get the.
You just hear my desk. You just hear my head hit the desk.
You start snoring.
What is this computer wallpaper? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. What age did you and your brother draw this at? I wish I could see it. Glad we didn't go to this cyber world. What the hell? Hey, and then in the corner, that's that cat thing from Castletown. You know, the shop thing, the cat, the Stitch thing, whatever. Oh, what I was gonna say, Chris tends to get really stressed about whatever. I was gonna talk about like Snowgrave. I don't know what I'm talking about. I need
What are
a
you talking about?
clothes drawer. Hey, the hell does your brother have all the prizes? Wait a sec. Azrael has that golden flowered poster. I don't think I've noticed that before.
Golden
Whoa,
flower?
Snowgrave. Snowgrave. Ah!
Whoa.
Evil route. Which one are you doing? Right now, this is just the normal route. This is my first time playing chapter 4.
The weird route.
No, it's the forbidden path, remember? The forbidden path. That's my new thing. I'm changing that. I'm boycotting Snowgrave, or weird route, and I'm making it the forbidden path.
The weird route.
because that just makes sense. Yeah, no, right now I'm just doing normal. I have the Snowgrave save on chapter 3 still, so I'm planning to do that on after. I'm probably going to stream it too, whether Ricardo is down or not, because I don't know. I think I'm just back in the groove of streaming. There you go. The Susie prize for having me over at your house. Okay, let's save. Oh, wow, living the double life. Oh, yeah, I found every secret thing for chapter 3 by myself, except for the egg, which I didn't even get to get. I messed it up, so I don't have an egg. Dang. I should have just... Oh, well. Okay, I'm out of here. I already saw all this dialogue yesterday, so... So I got up to the point right after you get out of the church last time. So let me I should probably like just skip through this for a second. So it's a TV. The antenna was broken, but it's taped up. Right. Before you sealed the fountain, we managed to find 10 in the dark world. He was barely alive, but the Pippins and Shadow guys told me how to fix him. So I tried... Dude, I wonder what that is on my evil save, because the Pippins and the Shadow people were like scared of me in that one. So I tried patching him up. Hope it worked out. Your mom kind of wants to throw him out though. Metaton, I knew it. I knew it. Alright, we're here. Wow. Now Chris, Susie, I have to prepare. You two behave yourselves, alright? Yeah, of course. Don't have to tell me twice. Chris, show Susie where to sit down, alright? She doesn't even trust her. Alright, I don't think there's anything I can really look at still. Chris, go get jugs. We're keeping this. Actually, stop. There's a sensor motion to stop free drinks. Damn. Well, at least we got the free milk. The free milk.
Free milk. Free milk.
Free milk. Got milk. I remember I was later. I remember being somewhere like this. Got in trouble for yelling outside. 3 milk. Oh my god.
What the fuck was that?
I was trying to cough, but it just wasn't working. Yeah, like that. It's a fire extinguisher. 3 milk. 3 milk. 2 milk. 1 milk. Got milk. Oh wait, that was a good one. That was a zinger dinger for the wall of zinger dingers. Or that was a zinger for the wall of zinger dingers. Can't believe I messed that one up. For some reason, you have the feeling. What?
Thingamajigs.
Susie will say something stupid about it. They should make one of these that shoots whipped cream. Oh my goodness, instant follow. For the zinger dinger, the zinger for the wall of zinger dingers. I know. I tend to be a classic. Yippers. Oh heck yeah. All right, let's skip out. Is what I would say if your mom didn't ask us. Oh no, I just got psyched out. Oh yeah, I just earned me a follow. I don't have alerts on. I should really get that working someday. Like I don't think I ever tried to do that. Yeah, and Own 3D Pro makes me upset, so I'm not even gonna do that right now. Hell yeah, back of the bus. Your mom can barely see us back here. You aren't gonna sleep, are you? Should I sleep? Ooh, because I've already seen this, but I kind of want to read Caddy's stuff, but I kind of want to do that alone, because that's not going to be entertaining. I'm going to sleep. Your eyes closed instantly. I'm going to go to sleep. I already saw all this. Who's that affluent young man in the corner? Oh, snap, I must have missed it. Who's that? Affluent? Affluent. Sorry, I'm just mesmerized that. I don't even know. Chris, hey Chris, get up. Yeah, we gotta do the stuff. We don't have any time to waste. Your vocab is so high. It's perplexing me. Whoa. That was a good one. Perplexed. That's a good word. Wait. Oh, I forgot that one word that I really like. It wasn't whir, like WHIR, but I do really like that one. I forgot what it is. I think it had a Z in it. Because Z, that's just really fun to pronounce. Z. Okay, we have to get to the bottom of this. Oh, yeah, the bottom of these 2 sweet, sweet cups of juice. Yeah. Zanzibar.
Zanzibar.
Door. Door's good. Same with B. Zanzibar. That's pretty good.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Talking about good words. The best words to say.
Okay.
Z.
Whatever you say.
Door.
Abba.
Looks like a pair of
Abba.
glasses. The letter B looks like glasses if you
Yo,
look
I
at
think
it.
they want you to talk to your teacher.
Ah, church flavor. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But I still, oh my god, but I'm still gonna have to like, I wanna, okay. Oh man, I can't do anything with my voice.
Are you gonna drink it in front of them?
Me, knowing how I am, I'm gonna talk to all these people again, just so like, I don't know, it's like a bespectacled. Ooh, see like that's really good. Bespectable. Bespectacled. 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 I'm having fun with that one. I don't know. I'm like so sloggy right now. I can't do anything. Sorry, honey. I'm catching up with the Ruby. Sloggy. Yeah, like a slog, but sloggy. Twitch chat is my favorite thesaurus. My chats, which apparently I have chats. My last stream that I streamed yesterday was my first stream in 6 months, and I'm already having a decent amount of chatters. All of them were people that I knew in real life up until now. Not real life, but you know, everyone was people I knew. But this is my first time that I'm really being quizzed on my mind about words. You and Susie can go home earlier if you want. You don't know me. HM. Oh, you don't know me. I don't. Wait.
What?
Quite fond of disco. You say that as if I do know you. And if I did know you, you would be Bush Kazakh. But I don't think you are. So I'm willing to doubt. You and Susie can go home earlier if you want to. Unless I'm right. That would actually be kind of crazy if I just guessed who you were. Well, who's Bush Kazakh? Okay, never mind.
Clown.
The clown. No, but I saw it. The clown. Hey, Christmas. Look who decided to crawl out their little igloo. Same for you. This guy's in a hospital bed. I don't need to talk to you, but I will.
You confuse me so bad with that.
What?
The clown. No, but I saw it. The clown.
The clown. See, now you're smiling in chat as if you are Bush Kazakh. This is really confusing. Why does Noelle look like that? Noelle looks like she has eyeshadow on. Is that what it is? Eyeshadow? I'm not gonna look it up. I did that too much last stream. Noelle, your singing has gone so lovely. You, Chris, and Azrael should perform sometime.
You don't know what eyeshadow is?
No, I just forgot if that's what I'm talking about. Noelle is eating a marshmallow, a very kind of nasty marshmallow. She has like it's like yellowish. It's kind of moldy. It looks like a turtle egg, if anything. If that's what I learned from Minecraft, they're like yellow.
Egg?
Yeah, it's kind of like yellow. Yeah, if anything, that's an egg.
All eggs kind of look like that.
No, eggs are not yellow. Like not my eggs. Huh? It would be nice to go caroling together. Chris will sing swears. Chris will sing swears. Chris will sing swears.
Help me! Help!
No. Key lime pie.
Key lime pie.
Boy, do I have some memories of that. Key lime pie.
Key lime pie.
What? We were laughing about this yesterday. What did one of us say? Oh.
You got fell over a table?
Yes, no, that was Asgore though. I got it wrong. That's true. I know that was a dialogue. I forgot what it was exactly, but it was something about someone crashing into a table, and I believe it was related to Toriel. Not here, Rudy. This is a holy place. I don't really need to talk to any of you, but I will with, hi Chris. Kind of funny seeing you here without Azrael, faha.
Uh-huh.
Key. Huh? Key? You don't mean I was singing off key. Chris, don't tease Noel. Yeah, or I'll kick your ass. Dad? Rudy. But he's right, Chris. Torio. Dude, I love dialogue. Thanks, Toby Fox. Huh? Thanks. Where'd that come from?
Is it crazy that Toby Fox made music exist?
Look, Toby
The
Fox
creator
did
of
this. It's
music.
like...
Toby Fox is the creator of music. He discovered music.
You know, if you wanted to join the choir, you could. I always liked hearing you play the piano. Oh, let me pull it. Never mind.
Every music before.
Wait, actually,
Toby
yes, I
Fox,
will.
That's not music. Made music. I don't know.
Hotel Elephant. I was on a Roblox because of this kid.
You decided to join me.
Tobillium, Foxamillion. Wait, Foxamillion. Yeah, I was right. Video Analytics, Sham.
Exactly.
Where is it?
Exactly.
Like that.
Exactly. Just
Elf
like
shoes,
that, just
transparent. I don't need to go through my history right now. That's not a good idea.
Like that. You have to go through your history right now.
Not that my history's bad. I already told that to Polo, but it's just, why would I? What's the point?
He's hiding something.
Chris, don't try and go off on me. I'm not too religious, man. I just love coming here. The atmosphere, the structure, the community, it's
Why'd
just
you
so
say it like
groovular. Cause that's how he talks.
Oh.
It's that's my voice for a minute. Juice.
Alright.
Juice. I love juice. Your teacher looks thirsty. What a weird thing to say. Thinking about it now, that's just not something you say. Your teacher looks thirsty.
Your teacher looks thirsty. Hey, you should go talk to your teacher.
You should go give your teacher 75% yellow, 25% red. Code. I'm not gonna do your voice. I don't need to talk to any of you. I don't need to do this. I already did this before. How did I give? What voice did I give Monster Kid? It was like,
Yo, Chris, didn't expect to use you here. And Susie, you know, last time at the shelter.
No,
Yo.
please no.
No, press no. Yo, that wasn't cool.
Susie will not be tamed. The menu will not be televised.
Sure, Chris. Just as long as you harass us, okay? Chris?
I like talking as him. I like talking like that. He's the only character I've given that voice. Usually I have you voice all these people, but I guess I'm doing it. Okay, I need to give you...
Yeah, why you got me voicing everyone, man?
You're not voicing anybody.
I know, I'm doing my own thing.
Chris, a nice surprise seeing you here. What?
Darn, I need a drink, but Susie's over there. And
If I go make my... Oh, I got the drink wrong.
Get the drink wrong.
Oh, I can't do this. Don't ever say
That was
red.
the reverse.
What?
Whoa, nice juice combo. Looks cool. Whoa, cool. Cool juice combo, Chris.
Cool juice combo, dude. Dude, that was a sick juice combo. My throat is parched. Chris, is that my special drink? Cool beans. Cool beans, dude. Offer juice. I'm not evil. On my evil save, I'll drink in front of her and spit it on the cardboard. Chris.
Cardboard?
Oh wait, not cardboard. What is it? Wood boards? Is that what this would be? On the...
On the floor.
It's called the floor. That's what you just said.
What?
I know it's called the floor. I'm talking about what kind of floor it is.
I know. Why'd you have to say it like that, though?
Because it's called the floor. I know what a floor is. Kind of. Chris, phew, what a relief. Dude, it's hot in here. I need my fan on. I forgot. Human.
Whoa, calm down there, buddy.
I remember your snow grays. Dude. Wait, which one's my... Oh, yeah. And I also have food, but I'm basically done. I can't eat no more. I can't do it. Human. I remember your snow grays. No. It'd be pretty nasty if I did.
I remember your snow gaze.
Where's my thing? I had a
How'd you
blanket
say
that I
that?
had on me. Oh, because the person chatted it.
Oh.
I remember your snow breeze. I remember your snow breeze. That's fun to say. I
I
remember.
remember your small.
I remember. Wait, now it's gonna get too cold in here. Did you want to talk about something? No!
No!
Thanks for the enthusiasm, Chris. Oh, I feel so bad. I should give you chocolates though. I already heard all
For
this.
Alphys.
I really don't want to see a whole of this again. Architectural history. I didn't do this one last time. Chris? Wow, that's very above and beyond. That being said, Chris, I don't think okay, yeah, this is the same. Okay. Oh, and I also need to talk to Noel. Which one? Locked door? Yup. I love this sprite so much. Alright, there we go. Whoa!
Imagine you're at Subway right now.
Dude.
Just imagine it. You're at Subway right now and you're
What? No, Subway sounds gross. I'm too full for food.
but like imagine you're like in a Subway right now.
If I was hungry, Subway would sound great. Ladies, ladies, ladies. Who are you, bro? Get out my chat. I banned you. Back shadow lock. Back shadow lock. I don't see a C there. I think you left before I patronized you about that. Susie, what did you... How do you... Oh, whoops, I messed up. Quite fond of disco. Ladies, ladies. Susie, how did you... Why are you... Do you want to die?
What?
That's what... That's what Bat Shadow Lock said in chat.
I thought Alpha said that. Susie, yeah, you wanna die?
Dude, do the Jack voice. What's his name?
The what?
Puss in Boots. Do it, yeah.
Oh, Big Jack Horner?
Yeah.
Wait,
I totally
okay,
don't... No, that's Ricardo, not Christian.
Sorry, hold on. You're not gonna shoot a puppy, are you, Jack? Yeah, in the face.
What
Watch.
took you so long, stupid?
Whoa, what took you so long, idiot?
Dude, I gotta see that movie again. I honestly missed that.
I keep telling you, when you come over here, let's watch Puss in...
You didn't say that last time.
I
You said that
we
after
should
last
watch it.
time. I think.
It's such a pretty movie.
It is. It was pretty good. What brings you to church, Susie? I already read all this, but I might as well, because this one's good. You know, juice. Oh,
The
right.
Jack voice.
Sure, that's why I came too. Right? Yeah. Dude, I love this song. I already said this last night.
No, I think it's so
I
weird
love this
to think
too.
of fucking.
What?
It's so hold on. It's so weird to think of John Mulaney as an actual drug addict because his voice is just so silly.
Yeah, it's like Pee-wee doing drugs. Dude, I miss Pee-wee. I want to look at Pee-wee's face real quick.
And Pee-wee?
Pee-wee.
Pee-wee Herman?
Pee-wee Herman.
No,
Hey,
it's
hey,
so-
hey. Does he say that? Does he say hey, hey, hey?
No,
Or
he
am I
doesn't
imagining
say
that?
that.
Wait, that's Fat Albert.
That's Fat Albert, dude.
No, but he would say that. He would be like, hey, hey, hey. He does that voice too, I think.
He got like
Uh,
sorry. He got like shamed for looking at adult films.
no, he was, well, I guess if I'm gonna say it, he was, I'm scared, PDG King, PDG King, the King, PD, so what?
PDG,
PDG, where's my thing?
PDG.
PDG, PDG.
PDG.
Yeah,
Dude,
you're right. I'm
it's
scared.
Not that hard. PDG the king.
PDG. No, I'm reading the chat. PDG. The chat's quite booming right now. It's fantastic. I'm so excited.
Why'd you like read it so like confusing?
Because it's a D, but it works. Wilting flower emoji. Dude, this is so Bush Kazakh. I know this is Bush Kazakh. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. Do you have a first message? No. See, Triana, I don't believe you. You made your account today. I know you did. Smile emoji. See, I know I'm right. I know I'm right. Pee Wee Herman. Pee Wee Herman as himself. No, oh yeah, Pee Wee Herman was the guy that was like whacking it at an adult place.
Yeah.
There's 2 people in here. Nothing is booming. Shut up. How about that, punk? This is pretty booming for me. Dude, my chat's been good. Even yesterday it was pretty good. Boom Kazakh. You know who you are.
Dude, look at John Mulaney and his fucking voice. Tell me he's a drug addict.
Let's look up John Mulaney. Dude, no. On the video that I uploaded, do I have it? Channel customization? Not this one. My channel. Hold on, I'm gonna find it real quick. Let's just listen to this song. I love this song. Wrong channel.
You have 1 subscriber.
Yeah, and it's me. What a shame. No, but I have 3 viewers. Coolio. I think they're all me too. I kept going back to this video. What was I looking for again? What's in chat? Bastard PFP. Tyler PFP. Oh yeah. Sorry Bush, but that chat's gonna have to get denied. The one album which Twitch bans me from saying. Allow it to post. Allow it. Oh, okay. You know what? Yeah.
Wait, what?
He said bastard PFP.
That's weird. Why does it restrict that?
Why do you think it restricts that? Come on. It is a pretty naughty word. I should get away from the microphone. That's what ruined the stream yesterday. Tyler sucks. You said that about Frank Ocean. You said, okay, I forgot. I've never told you about this, Triana. You hypocrite. You said Frank Ocean sucked, and you keep putting Frank Ocean songs on your note. You haven't done it in a bit, but you kept doing it for a while, saying you wish you could put a down. You could dislike my note. You wish you could put a negative heart on my note because it had Frank Ocean. I've always hated Frank. You literally had Frank twice on your note. I have never been a fan of. I didn't say you were a fan. I'm just saying that you totally don't dislike. You're a fan. That's so mean. I'm calling Instagram. Keep yapping. Oh, a negative heart. Yeah.
What are you even looking for?
I forgot. I don't even know. I don't even know what I'm in here for. I think I was... This profile picture sucks too. I don't know how old this is, but look, I like hand drew PTG. John Mulaney. That's what I was looking for. Wait, no, it's not. Oh, I remember. Check this out, Ricardo. Wait, no, manage videos.
What the fuck happened? You like froze for a second.
What happened?
You froze for a second.
SYBAU, because I remember when you would go days without showering when I told you to. Whoa, this is a total lie. Can I just say that? Can we just talk about the fact that you just lied? Whoa, that's actually crazy. Y'all can't believe her. This is actually nuts. She's actually spreading propaganda. I remember when... I would go days you would go days without showering. I have pictures of your greasy hair. What? I can't yell too much. BTG has ops. Yes, this is my op. Oh my god. I have pictures of your greasy hair. I just had greasy hair. Nick would always tell me about this. You cannot tell me about this. I have good hair now. My hair is not greasy no more. I haven't had greasy hair in 2 years.
Continue on what you're looking for.
No, you would stink? No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. Don't even lie. I smell good. Everyone complimented my smell. Nah, that's true though. Low key in 8th grade. Oh right, look. Remember whenever I started playing The Interview on stream?
The interview?
Yeah, the part where Eminem says he's gay.
Oh.
I got a copyright for that. Barnes was about to kick you out. Barnes and Noble was about to kick us out because you stink. That's not true. What?
Dude, who do I believe?
Me. Don't believe her. She's a fraud. Dude, yeah, The Interview. I'm flabbergasted. Don't believe her. Barnes and Nobles loves me. No, okay, but for real, you know what? Here, wait. Let me come out with the truth. I low-key did stink in 7th grade. Or 7th grade, yeah. No, I like, just smelled bad. But that made sense. It was puberty. I was like, I didn't even know what I was doing. And now I smell good. Because I make sure I smell good. And I look good. Can't tell me otherwise. Because I make sure to do my hair all the time. Because now I actually have to take care of my hair.
Dude, you should start rhyming.
Rhyme?
You must...
I can rhyme all the time. Ooh, wait, that was a good one. It looks like blood. Definitely. That's why I'm always drinking it. You have a mop head? That's not true.
Dude, you've been on this for so long. It's 9 p.m.
What's... Oh my god, it's 9 p.m. You look like a
started at,
tampon?
Like 6. You started like 7 or something.
How do I look like this? I had to like make sure that I didn't look like it, and I don't. What a crazy... What an interesting... What an interesting comparison. Yeah, too bad they just ran out of blood. Where, are you going all of this? Let me get straight to the point. Yes? Look, Noel. You wanna work on our, projects together? You know, at your place? Huh? I mean, I'd have to, ask and...
No.
You look like a tandem? Should I look that up?
What's a tandem?
Loki, 1 second. I look like a tandem.
A bike?
Coolio. Two or more things arranged or acting together, typically one behind the other. Oh, I look like a tandem. I don't even know that word existed. Thanks for that. I know a little more now. I mean, I'd have to ask, and my mom, I'm not sure if she'd...
No.
Yes. I mean, yes. Yes. We can do it. Yes. Really? Damn, that was easy. Boom. Oh yeah, I forgot to get a picture of that before. You look like 2009 and my Sandberg. What? You look like 2009 and my Sandberg. What? Andy. You look like... Which word was supposed to be Andy there? You look like 2009 and my... Andy Samberg. Oh, you look like 2009 Andy Samberg. Bro, who is... No, I don't. You... What a... Heck no, I don't. I don't got the glasses. I don't got the face. I don't got the hair. I don't like this hair.
You look so smug.
Who is this guy anyway? Oh, Saturday Night Live. This dude looks goofy. That's my husband? I thought your husband was Jack Human. Who you continued to put on your note for at least like 3 more months. Like, it was bad. Don't see it. Predator Arc, exactly. I have backup. Don't see it. What are you saying?
Why does he kind of look like Michael Sarah? Just like a little bit.
I feel like I almost Hugh Jackman. Oh my god.
Whoa, you look so much different now. What the hell?
Oh my god. He looks like the same but different. It's weird. Because now he has facial hair.
He looks like he tried to change.
What? Why does this look edited? Like it looks like it's trying to de-age him. This looks like a baby filter. Ew, when was his hair ever like this?
What? What the heck?
He looks like, okay, he looks normal everywhere else. Coolio.
Dude, he looks so weird with a beard.
Michael Cera is the odd man who's always in. That doesn't look like Michael Cera. Whoa. Actually, I don't know what you were talking about. This guy doesn't look anything like Michael Cera. PTG supports journalism on twitch.tv. Yeah, I love journalism. I'm always reading, man. Michael Cera blends in among the Brooklyn dads.
What?
That's what it said.
That's interesting.
I'm always reading websites. Dude, look at this chat. I'm booming. I've finally found my big success. Look. Wow. Time to start the game, remember? Cool. We'll see you later. Oh, Chris is coming too? I mean, of course. Right, it's for the school project. I'm always reading. You were failing English? No, I was not. I don't know what you're talking about. English was literally my best grade. I don't know. Wait, no, you might be right. If you're talking about back in 8th grade, yeah, I was failing then probably. This year, yeah. You where? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Disco's saving me. Disco's got my back. You where failing English? Don't talk to me. Yeah, wake you, oh. Come on now. Yeah, wake up. Oh, wake up. Shh. Oh, you. Okay, I need to start the game.
You.
So, should I invite Brilly then? Oh, hell no. Okay. Well, feel free to come over anytime. English isn't my first language. Dude, you're way too good at English to be saying that. You are fluent. What? Did you do that?
Do what?
I just heard a beep. I don't know what's going on. Sure, we gotta go to school first anyway. On a weekend? I mean, cool. Sounds normal. See you later. Y'all hear that too? Yeah, see ya. Yeah, that went perfectly. Let's ball.
You heard a beep?
It was the PTG censor tone. I said something really bad. But no one's ever gonna know. And it was really short too, so use your noggins. And this is the PTG ARG. PTG, you can't do that. It goes against the PTG chat rules. What are my chat rules? Do I have chat rules?
You have chat rules?
I might, but I don't know where I would find it. Yeah. If I do, oh, they're probably stupid, aren't they? Are they? Do I have stupid chat rules?
Don't say bad stuff.
Just,
Don't say
I
bad
saw it.
stuff on my life.
I saw it said don't swear or something. Oh, what? I don't know why I would say that. I guess I was very family friendly for a very long time. And I still am. I'm only saying bad words because of the game. See, there it is again.
What?
The beep. What are you doing?
What?
Not here. Content video producer. What the flip? Killing the night? Broadcasting. Hey, I'm doing that right now.
You're broadcasting.
Oh, it's probably here. Channel. Brand.
What the for?
Schedule. Moderation. I'm looking through my settings. I'm looking for whatever. Oh, snap.
This isn't deltarune.
Chat rules. Do not say cuss words or anything like that. Deleted. Do not harass each other. Deleted. Any sexual terms will get you banned.
Everyone, harass each other now.
Yeah, I don't know what I was talking about there. I don't know even how to look at unban requests. Coolio. Alright, well, it's fixed now. Oh, Chris, Susie. Lawless chat. This is a lawless chat. Until it's not. This is a dictatorship.
Yeah, just don't make him angry.
There it is again. What's going on? I swear that's you, Ricardo.
What?
Oh, Chris, Susie. How about going to the diner? I have to come back to church in a few hours for choir practice. It would be nice to have a little treat before then. Okay, so I'm gonna skip all this again. Ricardo, don't you say a single thing, but I just think it's really interesting how, like, where this next Dark World is gonna be, like, where we're gonna go. Like, don't say anything, obviously. It's just like, I don't know. This chapter feels like it's progressing differently. Ladies, can I donate? I'm trying to be the better person in this. Should have seen all the monarchy coming. He is the king after all. Yes, this is a monarchy, and I'm the king. Wait, that's low-key really good.
Dude, that's crazy.
What is that? There's a beep going on. Wait.
What do you mean?
Shush. It's gonna happen again. I'm not gonna wait. It takes a little bit. Ladies, can I donate? Dude, people keep talking about donations. I'm gonna set that up so I can get money from no one, but it's just, it'll make me look so official if I do have it. And then Mr. Beast. Remember Mr. Beast used to do that. I'm gonna get money from Mr. Beast. He's gonna come in and he's gonna be like,
Mr. Beast has donated.
are you schizophrenic? What are you talking about? Viewer reward, stream together. Okay, so I'm fully assuming that Quite Fond of Disco is Bush Kazak. Bush Kazak. Oh wait, no, I already said that I couldn't do Andor on Wednesday. Yeah, no. What if I stream? Because I might do that. CD already couldn't do it though, so there's no point in me saying it. Or comedy. Whoops. I'm gonna say CD just for. What am I doing? Why am I not playing the game?
Dude, what are you? Where are you?
Hey, let's change out of these clothes. All right, I'm like locked in. Let's do this.
You locked in? Is this locking in?
Yes. I'm listening to this music.
Dude.
Did CD say they couldn't do Wednesday? Oh, right. No, y'all changed, didn't y'all? Oh, snap. Hold on, I'm gonna change this. I have to look at the Discord again. I like totally forgot. Oh, never mind. CD did say they could do Wednesday. I just didn't say anything. Okay, well then, I don't know. I might be able to do Wednesday. I can't really decide now. What day is it? Is today Monday?
Today is.
You're gonna have to see. I don't have my phone on me.
I think it's like Sunday or something. Monday.
No. Yeah, this is Monday.
Today's Monday.
It is Monday. Okay.
It is Monday.
Alright, well then I can decide soon enough. Because if anything, I'm going to stream. Oh, no. Because I'm not going to stream tomorrow. We'll see. I thought it was Tuesday, to be honest. Yeah. I thought it was... Actually, I wouldn't even have known until y'all started saying all that. Because I got back home out of town on Sunday. That was awkward. Actually, you shouldn't have that voice, but I give up. Ice Wolf prepares for the festival. Call me Fa-Fa. Fa-Fa. Listen to this music, man. I'm already digging this soundtrack. And I know that... Oh, wait, no. I don't know. So I'm going to shut my mouth. I'm going to shut my trap. You hear? I forgot we tried to do Napster Book's voice. Dude, I know that beeping is coming from somewhere, and I just don't know where.
Oh, shit.
It was me. I'm the beep. You're banned.
You're banned.
Michael Sarah. Hey, look, it's Kevin Smith. Wait, you already here for that? I don't. You're doing that. How dare you? Oh my God, you're banned, Ricardo. I'm trying to do. Yeah, I'm trying to direct traffic. That's loud. Don't do that. Wait, can I? Oh, I can't even turn that down. I don't know how loud that's gonna be for the folks at home. They're gonna hate me. Oh no.
Forever.
I'm sorry, everyone. It's out of my control now. I'm trying to direct traffic with. I'm trying to direct traffic without undying, but it's tolerable. Fair enough. Do you just have a soundboard for just deltarune sounds? Is that what that is?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Dude, what am I looking at?
Yeah, that got me off guard too. When I first saw it.
Did he like morph into the...
I have no idea why he does that, to be honest.
Dude. I'm just gonna go in. Oh, I can't. It's closed. Oh, I don't want to talk to all these people right now. I'm not gonna lie. Because I'm gonna have to read them. And I'm so not locked in right now. I don't even want to talk to Sans. I want to go to the school. I want to see Rouse. Oh, but then I'm gonna have to be like the swoozy ooh thing. But I just said that. Don't clip that again.
Clip it, clip it, clip it.
Yeah, no, that's what he says. That I just quoted the game. What was that? I keep hearing things. Let's go get Tenna. Oh yeah. Swoozy clipped with one E.
You got clipped. You're clipped.
That's wrong grammar actually. You have to. I don't know how to clip. You're okay. Oh, let's go. I know how to clip.
Your have is a clip now.
I just tend to be a pro at this.
No, you're not.
I'm gonna move my mic away. I'm gonna see if that's better for the VOD, because the last stream was kind of bad. I was too close to it, and, you know. Bush, Polo was here yesterday. Polo joined for like a good little bit. I don't know when or if Polo's gonna join now. Later, probably. I bet. All right, let's go. Bye. Everyone I know is popping up. Literally. Except for Nick, but I already talked to Nick. Get the prison back. I might as well just message him at some point. What?
Am I popping up?
Are you popping up? What are you saying?
Yes. Hi.
What are you talking about?
Hello, Mario.
Ralsei. Dude, you should voice now if you're not doing something. Are you doing something right now?
Huh?
Are you doing something right now?
Not really.
What does that mean? Actually, no, wrong question. Wrong question. Are you available? Can you voice Susie again? And Tenna, because he's going to be here.
Yeah.
Susie, Chris, welcome back. I missed you.
Yeah. Hey, talk about something. Remember that cop last night? Undying? I took her and locked her in the shelter south town. We were to get her out, but the door's solid steel. There's no way we can break in. Now we're looking for the code to look to the lock. The code.
The code? Enrapturing performance. Yes. Susie's hard to voice. What?
Oh, we thought Noel's mom might have one, but nothing. There's nothing. Yeah, we found nothing.
Oh. Dude, I'm playing and I forgot I was voicing Rouse. Are you worried about her? Undying?
Me? A cop like her? Hell no. You know, it's just that.
Don't worry, Susie. Someone strong like her will be okay. I want this place to be a place where you can forget about the real world for a little while. Just relax, okay? And if anything tough happens, I'll come help you too as fast as I can. Dude, you know what I keep thinking?
What?
So I was thinking about whatever Rouse could be in the real world. Rouse's real world item. And every time that I think about it, I think of him as a knife. Like, I feel like that would be like some sort of twist, but it doesn't make sense. So, I just wanted to mention that. The fact that my idea doesn't make sense.
Your idea doesn't make sense.
If it's any consolation, I don't sense any immediate danger. If the knight's only goal was to hurt people, they would have acted sooner, right? For now, let's make sure no one else gets taken.
Yeah, alright. What's with you making me feel better?
Wait, you weren't there for last Andor, right? No, I wasn't. I like you too, Swoozy. I already said it. I might as well.
Yeah, alright.
Yeah, no, I don't think I was there for last Andor, was I? I'm gonna check. Yeah, no, I think I watched one of them, but I think I have 2 to watch, do I not? And I think I watched one from the last time then. Huh. Yeah, you joined it like before everyone else joined. Oh yeah, and then I left after, right. So wait, then... Huh. Oh yeah, so I think I only have 1 to watch then, do I not? Yeah. Yeah. Deltarune.
That's so true.
We did 2 eps, so... Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I do have 2 to watch then. Okay, well I can do that. I'll watch that probably tomorrow. I probably can't tonight. Listen to this funky music. Ugh. Man.
Oh yeah, you can get exact buffets in the dojo.
What?
The item you get an award for fighting in the dojo and winning.
The exec buffet?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that one. That's a good item. Yeah, alright. I'm gonna voice Susie now. You're gonna voice Tenna. Tenna's up next. Tenna's the real performance. Oh, yeah.
That's a interesting choice. Whatever.
What is?
You just decided to take Susie?
No, you should voice Susie, or else you have... Or else your only real point would be Tenna, and Tenna's not here long.
Yeah.
Unless he is, I don't know. This is your line.
I already said that.
Whoops. Why? Ooh woo.
I should not have taught him that.
That's what's up. Noober!
Yeah,
Why is he here too?
Uber. Why is he there?
You've been sparing. I already read this. I don't want to read things that I've already read because I want to start this chapter. And I'm already going super slow.
What about in this? What about in the castle town? You don't want to talk to people?
What? Yeah. No, I just mean I don't. I already read Newbert's dialogue.
Yeah, talk to other people.
Pizza.
Pizza. It's a bakery.
It says. Oh wait. I don't know. I just.
Pizza.
Why is Rouse doing the Gmod shit post Slither? Slither. Do you mean... No, I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm too lost. I don't get it. I don't get anything.
You're not gonna talk
I'm going to do
about
Tenna's...
dialogue?
Yes, I will. I'm doing Tenna's first.
No, go...
It's okay. Too niche. Yeah, you're just too niche. You're too... what's the word? Snap. You're too,
You could talk to Tenna upstairs. He has a room upstairs.
Oh yeah. Too esoteric.
Oh my god, dude. You're doing it again.
I know, but I want to figure out. Intended to likely be understood by... Oh yes, that word. It's doing an absolutely reprehensible job of protecting the jail. Well then I'm not going to do that dialogue again. Yes I will. Get ready, this is your performance. Oh yeah, and I voiced this guy. Don't cry, Papa, this joke's to make your belly laugh like jelly. A new court jester. Eh? Let us see it.
Hey, Kingy Doodle, it's me, the new buddy, Mr. Antenna. I can do dances, prances, practical jokes, clean your son's ears.
I love that sprite. Most fantastical.
Hey, what the playing card say to the television?
Leave.
He did, huh? Tough audience today, folks. Maybe I was too modern, too relevant. Whoops, I tripped. Hey, don't laugh at my misfortune,
Good work, son. I like this one.
They like me. They really like me.
Most fantastical. Oh, I have to voice this guy. What? Oh, Jester. It was he, the clown, that told me the night's brilliance. What? Oh, wow. Kill Jester. Oh, you don't even get that, Ricardo? Oh, that's too niche. Unless you do. That would make me look like a fool. About the fountain's glory. About how I would rise to power. Funny little man. How did his jokes and dentists make us chuckle? I'm giving him a weird accent. I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
A shame he'd be tricked away by his closest companion.
Yes.
The magician, Sham, whose smile has gone empty since that day. What? Oh yeah. Talk about the night. Soon you will meet your demise by the night's hand.
We lived, idiot.
What? You met the night? A rare show of mercy, I suppose. He did spare us. That is true. With their full strength, you'd be splattered. I can't really do his voice. What were they like? They seemed a little what? A little what? Draw a picture, winch. I think I'm being too loud. It's too late to be loud now. I can't do it anymore. What? Leave. Be gone.
Be gone.
Where's Queen? Don't tell me.
Okay.
Thank you.
In her room.
I would do Queen's voice, but I would have to be very loud. I already know what's in the rooms.
A tea party.
I know, and I want to see it, but not yet.
Oh, I forgot about this.
Oh, snap. Hacker. Psst, it's me, the hacker. I'm gathering Gweens for a Secret Life's hack. Got a terrarium for your computer, and you can touch grass as you game.
Dude, that's awesome.
Dude, that's awesome. I love the hacker. It is receiving enrichment from tamping the soft soil. What is this? What's...
Yeah, I think it's like a chess piece.
No, not them. I mean, like, what is everyone doing? Careful.com, pretty boy. He's gonna tell me. This room this room site is a work zone. What happened to the wall? Careful.com. Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that. I didn't even. What's the word? Oh snap! I just skipped dialogue. Huh? What treasure? Oh snap! Yeah, you do it.
Get rid of the guy with no meat or fruit in his castle walls.
Oh yeah, you got that. I'm sorry. I'm new to this. I'm new. Oh wait, I didn't hear what she said. What did she just say? I wasn't even focusing.
Meat or fruit in the castle
Oh, there's no
walls.
meat or fruit in his castle walls. Or
Talk to the guy that's eating the grass.
What am I doing, boss? Oh, just gathering worms, you see. Don't tell anyone, but I kind of want to work for that. I kind of want to work for that rules card.
Rules card.
Ooh!
Dude, I like this guy. He talks silly.
Me and the Prince King are building enrichment enclosures for the townsfolk. Wow, what a great, normal, nice thing to do. Wait, I can't leave yet, but...
They all make... They all...
Oh, did they all make noises? Here, wait. The bulldozer is
Yeah.
receiving enrichment from its... Oh, that's new, I think. I like that noise. Seems like an evil laugh
Huh?
greatest hits compilation.
Woo!
Oh, I can't do it again. Bum, bum, bum.
I love the queen.
Where did his bike go? Wasn't his bike still in his bed?
No, it's not there.
Where's Ralsei's room? Oh, we still don't get to see it. No.
Hey, what's past here?
Instead of looking over there, how about seeing the special surprise in your rooms? Oh my god.
You just walked past the new room, so how dare you?
I know, cause I'm so interested in. Dude, what? Oh, it's from the newsletter. I remember. I was gonna say, why do I know this?
Interact with them. Whoa, this tune is baking! Who made it? I made it! I love this dialogue! Chris, Susie, how do you like my new room? Do you want to sit? That's acid. We die. Oh dear, first, you don't want to swim in the free pool? Now you don't want to drink the free pool water? What? Or from me, I suppose.
Oh yeah, did I miss Queen? That was a good chapter.
That's a great chapter. Queen
Queen.
Self, notice my brilliance any day now.
Oh yeah, I made you voice him.
Something about that lamp's brightness level. It seems low.
Dude, is
Talks
this?
about his ass in the other dialogue. If you talk to him again for some reason. Have she not noticed her lamp's bouncy as
That's what's up. It's keeping the streets clean. Looks like Head Hathie's trying computer dating.
Dude, they're in love.
Looks like Were is trying computer dating. Dude, that's what's up. Looks like a touring band. They only do the touring part though.
Dude, you just stopped at touring.
Oh
Back to
yeah.
touring.
Whoa!
Dude, that's freaky.
Do. Tour is over. Yeah, they didn't perform in my town. Actually, yes they are. It's playing right now. Hold on, I'm gonna message Polo real quick.
What are you even doing?
I don't know, I was just mesmerized. Oh wait, does it show that? Oh, it shows that I'm
It does.
streaming on Discord. Wow.
It says that you're streaming.
Yeah, you're purple, which is how I noticed. Yeah, wow. Coolio. That's fine, I guess. I don't really care.
Purple.
I would have cared until... Nah, no.
Now, why do you type like
What?
what are you even saying in that message?
Oh my god. What? Whenever I say, wait. Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying whenever I do that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Which I've been saying that a lot recently. What am I even saying? Oh yeah, it's Tenet.
This room is funky and funny. It may not be for my forever home, but for now, wow, you're a great host. Sorry.
Iconic PTG mannerism. Yes, that's becoming my new thing. Dude, I'm gonna tie myself a ponytail.
Okay.
It just feels right now.
It might not be forever, my forever home, but now.
But for now, wow, you're a great host. Ow, I just poked my eye.
That
was stupid. That was a goofy move. I don't know why.
Did you poke out your eyeball?
I'm holding it. It's beating.
Pulsating. The fuck you mean it's beating? I just don't.
It's beating in my fingers. It may not be my forever. Oh yeah. Whoa, he got big.
Not as good as a host as me, but what can you do?
I want to talk to the clothes hanger. Oh, Prince Rosé. Look how many hats I racked up. Except for mine. Ah, your original hat? Oops. I seem to have lost it forever.
Forever.
Cool, yep.
Talk to Tenna again.
Hatcha.
Don't touch. Hatcha, don't touch that podium, folks. Our TV Time Season 2 will begin. You don't want an episode of content that deteriorates in quality over time, do ya?
Aw. Oh, yeah, that is the podium. Right.
Aren't you normally way bigger? Everything's bigger on TV, kid. Please, find someone to adopt me.
What if it started playing Andor Season 2? Dude, then I'd have to turn it off because it has spoilers. What the heck? Unless it was episode 1, then I'd watch with my thumb in my mouth and I'd have my eyes glued to the screen.
This card is back.
Oh, he is. I didn't even... I keep,
The
like,
TV guy
getting
himself
looped in that.
noticed my brilliance any day now. Gee, haha, what a stupid looking fat lamp, folks. Like the lamp itself is stupid. It also has a small What did you say about...
Dude, what a shame. He can't... Rules. Don't lose with it. Keep your eyes on the prize. I want to... Oh! I thought that was you making a sound effect.
No.
My hot burning meteoric hunk. You read this. Yeah, this is you.
My hot burning meteoric hunk. I feel so on fire with you. Almost as hot as the lampshade when it caressed my hair. I don't know how I feel about that. I want to figure out about it, I think.
Dude, this is saying bad things about rules. Oh wait, oops.
Dude, he just like he's harassing them.
Yeah, this is harassment. Someone needs to report rules.
Lampshade or not, something about that lampshade. Lamp is really shady. What the fuck? Holy shit.
But
I think I saw it walking between rooms repeatedly.
dude, he thinks he's Sans. I forgot what voice I gave this guy. My sweet frozen sundae. Our relationship has never been more solid. Except, I think the lamp put its hand on mine. And it made me feel funny. But we will ignore that. For love. My love for you shines brighter than any lamp. And it only touches your hand. With permission. Yaha. Dude, this music is great. TV time. That's what he says.
It's TV time. I guess you gotta go into your rooms.
Time for dialogue.
Dialogue. You could just press control.
No, I didn't focus on this dialogue last time.
Huh? Our rooms. They're combined?
Oh.
Dude, you're playing. How are you forgetting?
Just for today, I thought we could use the space.
How'd you forget to read? You're playing.
Dude, I don't know. It keeps happening. For a tea party.
I was gonna say, Did you do it again?
No, yeah, I was rubbing my head.
A tea party? Hit me, I guess. Can I get more lump, please?
Oh yeah, we stopped
yeah.
here last time because I started to want tea and then I closed the game.
Hey, this is pretty good.
And it tasted really good.
Yeah?
Yup. Thanks. I got help from Swatch.
You did it again!
Chris, would you like any? 2 lumps, please.
May I have more lumps, please? I want more lumps.
And here's the tea. Oh yeah. Also
Please
would
have
make
more
tea.
lumps. It's kind of funny. I always thought tea parties were when. I mean, don't get me wrong, there still are, but it just feels like when I'm with you guys, I don't even need to think about that.
Aw, Susie.
Guess your stupid attitude's been rubbing off on me. Like, I don't want to say I've been getting soft, but I just always had to be tough, you know? Now it just feels like I have an option. You said that
Aw,
already!
Susie. Aw, Susie. You changed so tremendously since I met you. Dude, I noticed so many, because I keep watching other people play Chapter 3. I keep noticing, like, Susie development moments. Like, she actually did the puzzle on her own. And what else did she do? She clapped whenever Ralsei input his name. And a whole bunch of other stuff, the obvious stuff. But those are 2 cool ones that I noticed. No, rather, you've finally just been able to be yourself. I feel so proud of you, Susie.
Hey, you've changed too, dude.
I have?
Before you were all stuck up on being good, right? Now you're actually kind of normal sometimes.
I suppose I just started appreciating you more, Susie. For example, I thought your Rude Buster was scary before, but now I think it's really bad bum.
Just say badass, idiot. Bad bum. That really confused me. Like, what? Am I reading that right? Like, what?
I thought it was really bad bum.
Bad bum. You need a piece or what?
Huh? No, that's for you two, huh?
Dude, you made it. You should have some.
Okay. I keep forgetting.
They ate the cake.
Oh, this is really yummy.
Why the heck are you surprised?
I've actually never eaten cake before. Since I was making it for you two, after all. I can't believe it tastes this good.
Dude, you're such a weirdo sometimes.
Such a goofball.
You're such a fucking weird.
You're so weird, bro.
You're
such a
you're
dork.
Freak. Just have the rest.
No, I couldn't.
That's my cake.
That's my cake.
Chris,
What's that one
chill.
video? It's like, weirder than weird route? Weirder than forbidden path. It's not weird route. Did I already say that while you were here?
Yeah,
I'm
you said
boycotting
that.
weird route. Oh yeah, I did. Weirder than forbidden path? Yes. Wait, what? Oh yeah, weird. You're like weird, dude. Dude, what was I saying?
Something about a video? Cake related?
Shoot,
my
man.
cake.
Oh yeah, what's that one video we always joke about? That's my...
What?
The guy that's like, let's chase the buzz.
What?
The guy that's like, This is my first time trying a cigarette. Let's chase the buzz. And then it cuts to him shirtless
say
and
that.
screaming. No, I know, but what he says something like in another video. Yes. You put fentanyl on my burger. That's how I imagine that being said. That's my... No, he does. Oh, I just hit my desk. He's like, that's my... But I forgot what.
Give me all my body. I lost.
That's my...
everything.
That's my... I don't know. It's gone now.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'd be happy to. Anyways, that was kind of fun. Oh, whoops.
Thanks. What the fuck are you doing? Anyways, that was kind of fun. Thanks, Rouse. Chris, we should do something for Rouse sometime.
Oh yeah. Dude, you're gonna leave your slice half eaten? I'll deal with it when we leave the room.
Oh shit. You can go to his room now. Okay. Hey, what's that?
Ross did not deal with it. He didn't deal with it. I didn't even say anything about that. Oh, whoops. Sorry, it's still been really dusty and dirty, so...
So what?
So you can't go inside until I clean it. I forgot. I'm really bad about this.
You're playing the game. Come on, what are you hiding that data bird thing? Last one, there's a fresh egg.
Dude, there's dead bodies in his room. So Susie, wait. Wait, what's
There's
past
dead
here?
bodies in his room. You get snatched up.
WD Gasser takes me. Oh, snap. Oh, yeah, I gave him the prize.
It's empty?
My
Ah,
own?
nah, not the music cue.
Oh, snap. I was gonna say what the song was, but I forgot I was gonna say flashback. This is not flashback. Rouse aura farming. This is Rouse aura farming. This is Rouse flashback farming. This is Rouse sad music farming. There we go. No, this is aura. This is aura farming. This is like edit farming. My own room? I don't need a room. Rouse clip farming, yeah. At least that's what I thought. So I never. You. Oh, whoops.
You live here. Why do we have rooms and you not? And not you? What?
Making you two happy is my purpose. Dude, this dude is not a robot. Like, what is he talking about? He is like probably some object though, so if I think about it, there's no reason for me to have anything.
That's the stupidest goddamn thing I've ever heard.
Dude, that's pretty for real though.
You see this stupid excuse for a room? I don't care what the reason is. Me and Chris are gonna fill it up wall to wall.
Dude, this is like, never mind. Who's
the
for
most
real though?
badass room in the castle.
Wait, did I say that's so for real though? Wait, I don't even know what you're talking about because I
never
forgot
said
what I
that.
said.
You never said that.
Wait, no, but I totally could have. Yeah.
You never said.
Wait, no. Oh, Susie is so for real though. Like that is actually like pretty silly. Like what is he even talking about right now?
I already read that.
Susie.
Look, you can't be the only one with an empty room.
True.
It's too sad, you know? Wherever we go, we'll keep an eye out for furniture. Right, Chris? Come on.
Dude, I thought that, oh wait. Chris. Susie is so nice. Chris, no! Just like Alphys. You have something to say? No!
No!
It makes my heart hurt. What, Susie being nice, right? I don't really have any hobbies or interest. Baking, sewing, singing. Those are all just things I thought to do for you two. Dude, what is... okay, this... I know it doesn't completely get rid of it, but like, what are people talking about? Rouse evil theory? Get out of here. Get out of here. Bunch of clowns. I never thought that. Not from... Never since chapter 1. Rouse was always the GOAT. But recently, I'm starting to feel like I'm developing my own opinions. My own likes. My own dislikes. My own desires. My own fears. Please, tell me. Should a Darkner be feeling like this? Oh snap.
Of course not.
I really want to see what of course not is, but of course I got it on my evil save. I'll just make an excuse to do everything bad on my evil save. I'm putting like a tab on it.
Hell no.
Please be yourself. Okay, I'll be nice. I guess. Chris, hearing that from you, I might just. Oh yeah.
Dude,
Okay.
what she brought in.
All right.
Wait, hold on. Susie brought a fucking trash can on my save.
Oh, cause you didn't get the icy head in chapter 2.
What?
Yeah, no, you have to get it from Noelle's room.
That's crazy. Right, producer piece number 1.
Thanks. Oh, whoops. Dude, I just choked on my spit. Thanks, Susie.
Let's go, Chris.
Can you please take this back? My process of elimination. This is the best thing in Rousey's room. What? Heck no! This was my first possession. Just for me. Since you gave it to me, I hold it every night. Yeah, if you say so. Perhaps it sounds silly, but since then, my first selfish desire was, I want more plushies. Ha! Oh, Rousey is so narcissistic. Yeah, Rousey owns a Rousey plush. What the heck?
Dude, Rousey Plus. Why do you keep doing that?
Dude, I keep getting like wrapped up. It's like, I keep going into like idle things. That's just fun to do whenever I go idle in a game. I keep like making that mistake. I forget. She's a runner. She's a track star. For real, that's what I said.
No, you
I never said that.
you never said that.
But no, yeah, you get the idea. He
Yeah,
never
that's what I
finished.
said.
He never did this like he said he would. Oh yeah. That is what you said. You said. I did say that after you said it, so I did say that, and then I do get to say that that's
Dude,
what
the
I said.
pancakes.
Susie Fridge, perfectly stopped by someone else. What?
The pancakes, they're all bad now.
What?
Butterscotch pancakes.
No, they're not. They're still in my search.
What?
They're perfectly fine.
Oh, you kept them?
Yeah. Look, they're right here.
Don't go there, stop! Dude, play the game!
Dude, Bush, look how nasty this is. Unless you were already here for this, but look. Oh, you were here for this. Never mind. Look how gross this is. That does not look good.
It's like gravy.
Yeah, it looks like gravy. He would always freaking say that. She's a runner, she's a track star? I might have said that one day. I don't know when. I mean, it can't be that bad, right? I don't know. Not even butterscotch candy looks good. I'm not gonna lie. Butterscotch just kind of sounds gross. Do you know what I just realized, Ricardo?
What?
I haven't even started this chapter, have I?
Dude.
Let's do this. It's a drawer full of green cards. It's because the start of this chapter is so filled. I'm gonna have to talk to all these characters. I'm gonna have to go to the diner. I'm talking to everyone in Castletown. I'm gonna have to see everyone in the town and then start my adventure. Like, holy snap.
I'm gonna kill you.
This is actually gonna be a... Okay, I have 4 hours. That's enough time to get somewhere. That's enough time to at least start the adventure. Can't believe I have things to do to progress. These aren't even things to progress. It's just like, it's so filled, which I love. I love it, Toby Fox, but like...
Like what?
I love it. I don't know. I was gonna like... it sounded like I would have said, you got a tons of rewards here. Not the best one though, right, Chris? Huh? What's the best one? I just read your dialogue. Just a super cool one Chris one got today. Really? Congratulations, Chris. Did you get Toby's message asking if you played the game? Yes, I did. It's right here.
Elon Musk.
Unless it's gone.
My
It's probably
family wants
gone.
to talk to you.
Oh, you also sent me this, Ricardo. Both of you sent me this. Not here. Where is it?
Listen,
What?
Elon Musk. My family wants to have a word with you.
My family wants to have a word with you.
I have a surprise.
Dude, yeah, that video... I think that video did scare me later that night.
Did you watch it again?
No, I just kept remembering. Does Steam Overlay not have a chat button? No, I'm looking for the friends button. Would it not? Oh, friends, yeah.
Elon Musk. My family wants to have a chat with you.
Yeah, here, I got the message. Both of y'all sent me this. Are you enjoying the game?
Are you? Yes, Toby. I'm enjoying it.
Oh, that's such a good picture.
Dude,
OMG,
that's like
bit
the
compressed.
most recent thing I sent you.
Really?
Yeah. It's
I thought that was the first thing you sent me last night. Oh no, yeah, and then I liked the message. Congratulations, Chris.
Yeah, I'll send you deltarune tomorrow Joker pic.
Yeah, congrats. Oops. I placed it all
2
in
weeks.
storage.
Malaysia.
2 weeks. Don't worry, I'll bring it back next time.
2 weeks Malaysia.
I could probably get that up, but I don't want to show my Instagram. I already did yesterday. I showed off my Instagram.
2 weeks Malaysia.
Dude, I might as well. Polo knows what I look like. I don't think it matters anymore. Like, I really don't really need to care, do I? Oh, it is the most recent thing you sent me. Actually, it doesn't even show who I have here. Why not? Y'all can see this.
I'll be back.
This is my chat. This is him. I liked these ones too.
Dude, did you look at the other ones inside of the...
Why is this blinking? What? That's me.
More slides.
Oh yeah, I looked through them. But I don't remember. This one's...
Ew.
Someone really worked on this. Oh my god. It's so good. I love it. That's in tomorrow.
Oh
This
my
was the one I
God.
remembered, yeah. Curious to Reels. That's me. That's me again. Whoa! I was laughing at this one last night.
Pot of greed?
Pot of greed. I summon pot of greed. Profound serenity.
Profound serenity.
My family wants a
This
meeting
is
with
scary.
Here, wait.
you. Elon Musk. My family wants a meeting with you. And I promise you a surprise. Get ready, Musk. Here it is. Elon Musk.
Here it is.
My family wants a meeting
That's
with you.
spooky.
Why can't my For You page be like this?
Did he beat
This one
on
has like no
Grandma?
likes.
That was Peach's.
I was laughing at this
You
last
laughed
night
at
too.
that.
Oh, that was on stream, right? 2 weeks, Toby Fox.
New week.
Oh yeah, this one. Dude,
What happened in Malaysia,
I keep-
bro?
I already texted you this morning, right? I keep
What?
I keep seeing deltarune post, but only chapter 3. It's awesome. Yeah, I keep getting chapter 3 posts. What is with this? This keeps blinking. And there's
I don't
nothing
know.
new here. What'd you say? Why can't my For You page be like this? My For You page is immaculate. But none of these are my For You page, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, I sent you all those.
No, I still got my rock and roll outfit.
Oh yeah.
Hey, what happened to our
what happened
stuff?
to our stuff?
This is the same thing. Tuesday bed, perfectly made by someone else. Is that the same for me?
Oh, what's coming up?
Don't say that. This is a family-friendly stream. I don't
Okay.
I don't
It
like
is-
sexual innuendos on my stream. Hey, where's Starwalker?
Sexual assault.
Yeah, Rose Car
He's not
needs.
there.
Where's Starwalker?
Is the elevator still like locked?
Don't say that. God forgive you. But I don't. I commend you, Ricardo, for your nasty wordage. Ahem. Oh, I don't have the shadow crystal on this one. I'm actually gonna be sad forever. I didn't kill the knight. I didn't kill the knight on this one.
Whatever.
Ah, I know what you're going to say. Now. There's no shame in it. You fought the knight, didn't you? Dude, I want to give this dude Father Alvin's voice, but I forgot what voice I did for Father Alvin. It was like, you fought well on the night, didn't you? Well, we all know there was no winning there. Even with the Shadow Mantle, you might have had a chance. But even
Oh,
then,
dude, he knows about the Shadow Mantle.
he's the person that tells you about the Shadow Mantle in Chapter 2. He's like,
Oh yeah.
oh yeah, no, yeah, he's like, dude, I'm supposed to give you the Shadow Mantle, but I low-key lost it, and you need to, and so basically you're doomed on this next fight. Quite literally what he says. That is what he says, don't laugh, it's true. He's like, I'm supposed to give you this, but I lost it, so you're actually doomed. But even then, getting the Shadow Crystal would be challenging. I got it on my other save. Don't have a long face now. We all knew nothing would come of
But he
this.
doesn't know that.
But it was fun to pretend it might. Dude, oh, thank you. Whatever. Wait, you don't even sell me good items, do you?
This guy seems cool, but I don't know.
This guy
Really
gives me
interests
trash.
that much.
Sham?
Yeah.
I like Sham.
So he seems cool, but he doesn't really do that much.
This guy's really annoys me. Just because he's a higher level. He thinks he can chat up the water cooler. Get real. Oh, Commander,
Oh, command-
what lovely amenities. Oh, wait, you voices. You're right.
Oh, Commander, what lovely amenities you have provided. Would you like a sip of water? It's delicious as accepted. Why is that one blue?
Oh. Oh, welcome home. Things have changed again here in PTG Town. Your town's love is strong. Beauty grows in your heart.
Yeah.
Let's see to a merciful life. Oh yeah. I wonder what the other town's gonna look like now.
You go get yourself some freaking eggs. Actually, no, I don't know if you want to do battles.
I do. What was the last thing you said? Don't say that, God forgive you. I had to check. Yeah, this is the love dojo now. I'm love master. Don't ask me about loves. Alright. Love is when two people fight in a dojo together. Did I get that right?
Actually, that's inaccurate.
Sorry, I'm so engrossed in the deltarune. No, I had to just check what your last thing was. I forgot. You're so engrossed in the deltarune? Yeah, I would be too. If I was watching this, I would be watching my stream so hard right now. This is the new romantic style of dojo. Wait, this new. Anywho's.
That was weird.
Hey, how do I fight these people now? New fight with them? Block bullets. What? What? What?
Oh
What?
yeah, it's different. I forgot.
You looked at the sky and took a telescope. Whoa! Susie dreamed of sunny days. Ross hoped for starry nights. Tonight's
Tonight's
weather is
Senorous Crystal.
generous. Oh, what's? Oh, Coolio. Whoa.
You suck.
No, I
Sorry.
don't. Oh, I thought I had to spin it. Drop
Tonight's weather
moisture's
is-
job. What?
I want to flex it. I think. I don't know.
What?
Well, I don't know if it really matters of what order you do them. There's fire one.
Dude, did you see that UFO?
Dude, what the fuck? Did you see that?
Did you see that? What? Okay.
Oh yeah, you bounce it now. You bounce it. Bounce it. Bounce it.
Oh,
Bounce it, bro. Bounce it, bro.
don't tell me that.
Weather update. It's ready.
Oh, snap.
No, it's not. No, it's not. At least it's not got that in it.
Sorry, what'd you say? I couldn't look. Weather update. It's
Weather
raining.
update. It's raining. Let me set
Dude.
it first.
You like... Oh, yeah, you did say that. Whoopsies. Why did I laugh at that? That was stupid.
Oh look, you better beat them.
No, I'm not.
Just check on them? Okay.
Oh, I didn't even read it! Oh, well, Nina, you're amazing. Amazingly cool that is. And I love the romantic
I love
taste
the
that
rap
they have in
music
this
they have
dojo.
in this dojo.
Oh, well, Nina.
Hey,
Me
he's a
too,
left
me
attack.
too. Oh, yeah. The two... Wait.
Celestial bodies,
3,
the perfect
2,
forever
1.
couple.
The two celestial
The two
bodies, the
celestial
perfect
bodies, the
forever
best
couple.
couple.
Oh, yeah. Oh, snap. Wait, I got this. I'm actually a pro. Tap.
It's
Wait,
the
never
final
mind.
attack.
Dude, I'm actually a pro tap gamer. Wait, I'm about to die.
you better get down. Dude, you're actually about to die. You're
No.
not gonna get that exec buffet.
Wait, no. If Chris dies,
Think
it's
about
fine,
it.
actually.
Think
Because
about it.
then
There's a
Susie
lampshade.
takes over.
What the fuck? Why is there a lampshade?
It's rules.
Is there a lampshade?
I think it's rules card. Which doesn't really make sense. But...
No, read it. Damn it, you're not reading it.
What am I doing? Go back. What just happened? Can I still hear you? Hello?
Hi.
Oh, okay.
Hello?
I had to make sure I didn't just break everything.
Dude,
Oh,
read
y'all
it.
just saw me and Polo's... Oh, it's gone now. That's me and Polo's chats. Why did you blow up Stolas? I didn't do that, he did. Except for that
Except for
lamp.
that lamp.
Yes, that was really weird.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
It did make the attack stronger,
Dude,
but it was weird.
you didn't like it. Love
I
this
think-
dialogue. What?
It was bad.
Yeah. Probably.
What?
That was over.
Most fantastical. I love those guys.
I love them.
Hey, boss. Thought the dojo...
You
whatever, I don't
gave that
care.
voice to somebody character.
I have?
Hey, man.
Hey, bud. Yeah, I guess. That's my quick thinking voice. These people have their own little chat things now. Their own text peoples.
This song is so sweet, Captain. So sweet. For us, it's awful. Thing.
Wait, no. I want to voice the mad one with 2 eyes, or the middle one where it looks like the Doom guy. The top one looks like Doom guy. Wait, no, they both do. I want to voice the bottom one.
You didn't even read it.
I didn't. I didn't even know what she just said.
I just love boys. Boys are great.
Hey, I read that. Coolio.
Dude, what are you doing? What's happening with you?
Dude, I think I'm having a heart attack.
Dude, you skipped like so many dialogues.
I'm gonna
You
read
skipped
them.
this guy's last time.
Oh yeah, I did.
He said you were gonna fucking like look at everything yesterday.
It's crushing its energy with its hand. Its energy drink with its hand. Coolio. I love those guys. Boss, you're treating me. Oh, you shouldn't have. You're supposed to read that guy. I forgot.
When I share my soda, we'll both get sick that way. Hee.
That works. It's drinking. Oh, that's the same thing.
You did it again!
I literally know what he said. I read it yesterday. He says, "Nya." That's what he says, man. That's what he says.
Yeah, okay. Whatever you say.
I already know what she says
Oh,
too.
you
I know
put
what
them-
both of these
you
people
put-
said.
Wait, can you put them in the same table over there?
No, I don't think so.
That table. You'll be looking at each other.
Yeah, before she was like, "Oh, where's my El Nino?" Oh, it is done. It is different. Did it? Oh, you read this.
Did it hurt when you fell? Your tag says you're on the moon.
What?
He's a moon?
Yeah. Oh my rain. Oh, I forgot I gave this guy a voice. I wasn't even doing that during the fight. Weren't you reading both of them? Oh no, I did that. You
Yeah,
put me
part
on
of it.
cloud 9, which is the best cloud. Whatever. I don't really want to read all these people. I already did that
You're
last
gonna ruin
time.
everything!
I'm only gonna read the people that I care about, which is Shadow Guy, Shutta,
Oh shit.
Zapper,
What are you drinking?
Rubik. Looks like it wanted to be dabbed with rubbing alcohol. It wants to be clean now. Say the word, boss. I'll give this drink a sip. It won't forget. Hey, I did give the right accent to that guy. I don't know. I didn't give this guy a voice because it was too hard.
Don't do the move. I am
photographing
photographing the drink.
The drink! What the fuck? He says it. What are you? What are you?
Shush. Don't do the move.
I
You
am
just gave the-
photographing the drink. I wanted to redo it.
Yeah, you
Seeming to just be enjoying the musical ambiance. Oh yeah.
dude, you're gonna start like using like voices now.
No, that's a new voice.
Yeah, the Boston voice.
What?
You did a Boston thing. The Pippin.
Pippin.
This
Water cooler.
drink's not mine. It's fine. I'm just keeping it warm.
Seems like they're drinking water. Feels questionable. Morally questionable. Dude, I just got a notification on my phone. Oh my god.
It's just a text saying, "Go to bed."
Get your ass to bed at 6 in the damn morning. You don't even get that, do you? Have I told that story to you? Neither of you get that then.
Wait,
What a
have you?
shame. Nope.
I'm gonna burn you.
Hey, can Dingo Slink with you? I have 7:30 and Maya's leaving in the morning. Who needs to stay inside? Okay. I'm gonna have a dog in my room for the rest of the stream, alright?
Okay. Okay, bye.
What? No, I'm not leaving.
Okay, bye.
Okay, that's fine, I guess. That's okay. It's whatever.
That's okay, I guess.
What was I doing? Steam.
Playing the game.
Let's play Peggle.
Oh my god.
Pegging. Coolio Polo. Dude, wait. Bush, where's your account? Friends. There's this really comment that I love that Polo put on your account. Where is it? This guy stinks really badly. I was showing this to Christian however long ago and we were both laughing at this. I haven't come up with a response. I couldn't either. I would just delete my account. I would just make a new account. What up, Lancer?
Lancer.
I give this guy a different voice every single time. Oh, I can't even talk to him. Whoa! Oh, heck yeah, that was awesome.
Hey!
Wait, where have I seen this? I think I accidentally just saw a screenshot of chapter 4 and it was literally this frame. Coolio.
Hello, fella. Hello. Hello.
I forgot what voice I gave this guy. I'm the hacker. I'm a programmer. You know what? I'm such a hacker, so why don't I just give him my voice? I'm the hacker. I'm a programmer too. Keep it on the download. Shh. Got the mods on deck. I'm about to win it big. I just got another message. Okay, can I bring him? What? Yes.
No, you can't.
Don't worry, it's a good thing that I love this dog. If I didn't love him, he probably wouldn't get to be in my room.
What if he did?
He's using a notch controller to play what looks like a child's game. Oh, guess who's in chat? Oh, snap. Polo, I was just talking about you. I was just talking behind your back. Look, Polo, remember this? 1 second.
Oh shit, it's Pluie.
Excuse me?
Pluie.
I'll be back. Okay, there's a dog here now. I think he just sniffed the microphone. I don't know if y'all heard that.
You like got so close to the mic. Okay, there's a dog here.
No, that was it. He like bumped his nose into the microphone. Here, wait, do it again. Dingo. Dingo. He doesn't really make noises, so. Aww. PTG died for your sins. Hey, Polo, remember this? We were laughing about a funny message. Remember this, Polo? This guy stinks really badly. This guy has bad music taste. This guy has good music taste. Polo, good job on this joke. This joke makes me laugh every time I look at it. Okay, let's play deltarune. This guy's smelly, I know, right? Okay, let's play deltarune. Dude, my ear hurts again. My stupid chud friend, Derek. He's using a notch controller to play what looks like a child's game. I'm trying to scam this guy using a children's game. But his control, I forgot what voice I gave this guy. It's like, but his controller keeps malfunctioning. Is this guy a genius? Is he on to me? My stupid chud son. Wait, I need to see that.
No!
My stupid chud son. Is that a picture that I'm remembering right? Yeah, my stupid chud son that I hate. Wait, no, this isn't the picture I'm thinking of. No.
What the fuck are you?
Wait, maybe this isn't the picture that I think it is. Never mind, let's play deltarune. Dude, this dog keeps walking around my room. It's being weird. Like, what is it doing?
It's preparing.
Oh, he's laying his head on my lap. This is actually amazing. Dingo. Oh my god. I'm gonna take a picture of Dingo and put it on the stream later, so stay tuned.
Shut your fucking mouth!
Should I do that right now? No. That's a bad idea. Oh, I didn't go in here.
Fucking beginning of the damn game.
Yeah.
How, bro?
How long have I been streaming? I've been streaming 2 hours 30 minutes. This stupid chud life could be so beautiful if only you forgive it. The dog?
Are you an idiot? The dog? What do you mean the dog?
Or are we talking about the stupid chud son? Oh, that I hate. Are y'all talking to each other?
The clown?
The dog is not chud. Coolio. Hello, boss. Welcome to TV Studio. Here you can play various mini games. They have no effect on anything, so just enjoy yourself and relax. Mike? Boy, what the hell, boy? I just found something. Mike's room. It seems to be locked with a code. Did you know about this?
Yeah, I did know about this. I don't know the code though. I actually forgot about it.
Wait, what's the Spampton year? He talks about...
Search up the code.
Don't. 1997. I put in the wrong year.
1997.
Dang. Try 2002. I'm gonna be really mad if you're right. Byte of 87? Yeah, that got stuck in my head. Try 2... Okay. Thanks for the wrong code, Polo.
Do you wanna go in there?
Yes, but I feel like I can find it out somehow.
I actually forgot about it. I don't know. I don't even know where it is. Where you can find it.
Oh, snap.
Oh shit!
Wait, I'm gonna play hard
Play
mode.
hard.
Wait, this is
Fine.
menacing.
Fine.
Oh.
Oh. Oh, you're playing the song.
Oh, sick. I can do this. I was watching this video of someone doing really badly on the song, on the actual chapter, and it gave me hope, even though I just missed one. Oh, shoot.
You just
Wait,
missed another one.
wait, I'm done.
You missed another. You missed another. You missed another. You missed another.
Let me retry. Alright, let me lock in real quick.
You missed
Ah!
another. You missed another. You missed another. You missed another one. You missed another one.
It's because of
You
you.
missed another one. You missed another. You missed another. Dude, why do you keep missing? You suck. You missed another one.
Dude, you
Missed
can do
another
this.
one.
I saw you doing bad on this part. Wait, no, you actually didn't do bad. You got a T
You missed
score,
another one.
didn't
You
you?
missed another one. You missed another.
I'm out of here. Okay, what are y'all talking about? You such as bad? Thank you, Toby. Instant buy. Oh yeah, this feature. When is deltarune sex update? Average do re mi session. I forgot about that. PTT, where is that sub button? Are you loser? Dude, this is you're the third person tonight that's mentioned donating. Like, I don't even know how to set that up, bro.
You should have done it before stream. Oh my god.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at that before stream. Dude, I'm gonna set up a sub, and I'm looking gonna get hecka money, yo.
What's that?
Oh, this is the Tenna boss fight music.
Okay.
I already got a T on it, look. Look at that. I'll set it up to give money to me. For your streams? What do you mean? What? Look. I know this guy can't talk. T for tried your best. But he seems to really, really like his job. So let's just let him do it. Ask him for help? That's what's up.
Oh,
Need any tips?
oh.
Sure. Alright, listen up. Keeping in mind, this is just for fun. Time your notes well to get gold notes. Well, there might be some lag. Just adjust on the fly. Z and X play the notes. Nope, I'm using the arrow keys. But you can press left or right.
Weird.
Oh, yeah, that's what I do. Dude, you did worse than me, so to each their own, pal. Made a mistake? Quit or restart by pressing C. Dude, I keep dogging on you because you deserve it.
I didn't do that bad. I missed like 2 notes.
Wait, what's on the right? What is that? Oh, wait, I was probably playing the normal one. Alright, let's do this.
It's like Friday Night Fucking.
Bro.
1, 2.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Who's Larity? Popu? Why does it say that?
Popularity.
Oh. Kill the FNF guy right now.
He wants to kill you. This is the same thing. Okay. Instantaneously. He wants you to die. So, how do you feel about that?
I'm the Friday Night Fucking.
You're the Friday Night Funking guy now because of that embarrassing moment. That one's getting
Mike
clipped.
Code deltarune chapter 4. What is my?
I just went backwards, so I don't even know what it is. It was 6453. Dude, I have photographic memory. Sorry, I was never gonna figure that out, so I had to do that.
The numbers knowingly.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm a fraud. Wait, I'm actually really excited. Cheater? Yeah, I am a cheater, and I'm disappointed.
I'm actually really excited. Go back. Just dance you. Dude.
Didn't you just tell me to go back? What?
No, I didn't tell you that.
It's a statue. It's a statue. Whoa. Oh my god. I'm really about to reload my save to see what he just said. He probably said something about it being wrong to go in here because the door is locked.
What? Aren't you curious who the hell Mike is? You sure got mounted a hell of a lot. Yeah, he did.
Maybe just a peek? Awesome. Whoa. Okay, hold on.
Is this gonna initiate like a boss fight or something? Dude, there's a bunch of hats.
Oh yeah, he does have a bunch of
hats.
hats. It seems the mouse is terrified of the statue.
Dude, get the statue away. I'm scared of it.
You save the mouse from the
Save
cat
the
statue.
mouse from the
It
cat
considers you its hero. The mouse transforms from admiration.
What the fuck?
Oh, my mouse. Chris, it looks like you can use the mouse with the mouse. That sucks. I have to change my whole setup now.
What do you mean?
I have to move my keyboard. I have to use the arrow keys with my left hand now.
Dude, why do you still use the arrow keys?
What? Because it's better. You're weird for using anything else.
What? No, I think you're weird. I don't like using the arrow keys, even though
Oh,
it's the
snap.
default.
No, take that off. There we go.
Dude, you can like stack hats.
Wow.
Stack all the hats on Ralph now. How many hats can you put on?
What? Oh. Dude.
Oh,
this dog
shit.
just startled me. Wow, this is like TF2. It is. TF2 in 2025.
Dude, open it. Open
inside by his
TV
TV
dinner.
dinner. Dingo, where'd you go? Come here. Come here, boy. Sorry, I'm gonna pet this dog real fast. Wow. Okay, are you talking about TF2 in 2025? That was a compliment.
What?
That was just an astute observation. Fortnite in 2025. Mm-hmm.
TV dinner.
TV dinner sucks.
Cat. Pet it.
Wait, I'm supposed to go this way.
Dude, where'd all the hats go?
I'll get on a Fortnite when they add Ander. Dude, I could actually really imagine Andor in Fortnite. Like, it just kind of makes sense. My name is
Why are you
Bush,
back
and
here?
in a loser. Because there's this door.
I don't think that's a door. Is it?
Well, then why can I move it?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
What the hey? Oh, yeah, Polo's message. Dude, what am I hearing? What are you doing? What are you doing, Dingo?
He just starts fucking throwing up on the floor.
Little man, there ain't nothing you can do to this car that I ain't already done or whatever.
Sorry, Uncle. I spilled the drop.
Yeah. Mike zone.
The mic zone.
We're in the Mike zone.
Dude, Mike is here.
What?
You have to activate something?
It's a mysterious microphone-shaped crystal. Peering into the crystal ball, the thoughts of microphones cross your mind. What?
Wait, what?
Bro, it has the wrong microphone.
Oh,
Oh, snap.
oh shit, that's awesome. Wait, that's actually awesome.
Wait, he's actually kind of awesome. Wait, sorry, this is gonna be
Dude,
bad for the
that's
stream.
crazy. Dude.
Okay,
Great.
sorry everyone. Sorry everyone, turn down your volume. Okay, I don't know how that sounded for the stream.
Dude,
There we
he's
go.
actually awesome.
Me, 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 me.
Is this Mike talking? Hey, the heck are you doing in here? Continue with the dialogue, please.
Sorry, Dingo's making his bed for himself. That's really cool. Hey, Hey, the heck are you doing in here? That's Mike's voice. Did you read that door?
Did you read that door? It said Mike.
No, it said Mike. If you did read it, how did you do what it said? What? Did you hear me, Mike? We're Mike.
You're Mike.
Wrong,
Mike.
wrong.
Wrong. Are you getting this?
Are you getting this? You hearing yourself yapping? Your room noise? Air check. No, mic check. Oh, I thought it was gonna be a fight. There's only one real mic. And that's
And
me.
That's me. Oh, what?
Oh, snap. What? Yo, wait. This is actually
Mike.
insane.
Wait, what the fuck happened?
What?
Adjust sensitivity?
What? Ooh.
Dude, I wish I
Whoa.
did this fight.
Ooh.
Dude, max volume!
Okay.
What are you supposed to do?
Mike got pet. Nice
got
to
pet.
meet you. It's me, Motormouth Mike, the micro. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Why'd y'all make me do it max sensitivity? Nice of you to drop by. Not at all. No. Look with your private eyes. This is a private room. See? I want him to have an Italian voice, but I don't want to be too loud. We are live. We are on air. We are recording. You are the background, or all those 48 volts ain't gonna be just for show. Oh shoot!
Wow.
Wait, what do I do? What do I do?
Fuck it.
Oh, dude, this is like WarioWare. That is that is not applause, PTG. You're right. That was not applause. That was me going.
That was the annoying orange noise.
Okay, there we go. Okay. It doesn't even matter.
Stop.
Even if it's down here, I can do it. Sorry, this stream probably sounds terrible right now.
You're just all over the place with this stream.
Yeah, no, it's been really long too. That's right, it's me, Mike. Always has been, always will be. Can we SWAT you? Dude, yes, let's bring it back.
Dude, swat him right now.
They call me Modem Out because I never stop talking. Ever. I'm pretty sure you hear me. You did, didn't ya? You did, didn't ya? You can't tune me out, no siree. Yes siree. Excuse me? I'm always on the air. In the air, all around you, even within you. Yo, actually bars from Mars. Now get out.
Oh my god.
This is so goofy. Mike is definitely a microphone. He's definitely
Dude,
a microphone.
How long is
Raffle, this emoji is so PogChamp. Shut your mouth.
my Telegram?
Mike got pet. Mike all day. Michael Tobias Fox did not consider PTG's noises when playing this game. I should have been the test player. They didn't test this. Always been there for him. Never not there. I'm always there. Never not. I mean making. I didn't even see what you said. Dang nerd it. I do his therapy, his psychology, his lemonade, his grenades, his eye drops, his nose drops, his cough drops. PTG noises. Thanks. I tuck him in at night. I play his bedtime programs. I sing his theme song. And most of all, I record everything he ever says. And even some things he never says. Oof. Now get out. Oof.
He really wants you to get out.
Oh, you got to be kidding me. I learned from the best.
Dude, you're like...
Gots to be kidding me. Iconic. Dude, I do say that in chat, don't I? Or I do say that whenever I'm texting, don't I? Wait, do I? Have I ever said that in any Discord? I feel like I have. I'll be back in a sec. Annoying orange. Yes, I learned from the best. I think so. Oh.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, snap. He's a cat. Mike dances silently, as he always does. I didn't like Apple. I liked when he died. Freaking unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Freaking unbelievable.
Dude, that's what's up. See, I say that in the Discord sometimes. That's what's up. I say that in real life. This is Cat Petters. Oh my god, do you remember? Do you remember, Ricardo? I'm gonna...
No.
What? Dude, did you not ever do the sweepstakes stuff? That's
Not
what's
really.
up. That's what's ups. When isn't it up? Not pretty much never. Dude, the mouse offered you a fruit bonus. What? It was effective. I just touched Chris. Hey, don't look shocked. It's me, Mike. Mike, who's famous. Oh, I'm going to talk right now. Listen. Did you hear that? That was great, right? Real verbose. Oh, yeah. Did you even notice his eyes?
It's yellow and pink. They're getting angry at you! They're getting angry!
There we go.
Dude, that's scary. He looks like the cat in the hat.
A hat that tickles. Whatever you say. So I look different. Well, what's the big deal? Dude. The dog just sneezed. That was... I just changed my outfit. That costume is a little cramped. Oh, so he is a cat. That's what's tiring me out. I still feel miserable. Come on, guys.
He's a cat?
Miserable, I said. Miserable. I don't know who's talking. I don't want a bush.
Not the cat.
Oh, okay.
Don't
What?
call you.
I didn't get to pet all of them.
They're angry at you. They're angry at you.
Why is it harder now? Why is it harder to do this? Can I turn up my sensitivity again? Alright, that's enough already. I'm not feeling quite myself. I think I really need to take a break. Dude, this is a whole secret boss. Get a job. Get a hashtag job, PTG, hashtag loser. What are we talking about in the chat here?
Dude! Oh my god, I'm leaving.
I said, I think... Oh, I'm missing, like,
What are you
dialogue.
even doing? What the fuck? This isn't Mike.
Mike seems slightly uncomfortable in their jacket. Oh. Oh, okay, that's what's up. I get what's going on. Hashtag fun employed. Should I pet him? No. The mouse was bitten. Touch me and you'll lose a finger, dumbass. I'm sorry, guys, I didn't mean to say that.
Oh my god! Why would you say that?
PTG the killer, they calls me that because this
Dude,
is a
imagine
private
Mike just
one.
said
We
your
got
name.
private eyes. We've been investigating you. PTG.exe. He actually just referenced it.
Dude, imagine Mike just says PTG the king. Like he just says out your whole username. What's with the cats?
Mike's a furry. I think that's like confirmed.
Dude, you just pet him again.
Nice to meet you. Some more. I'm still Mike. Big Mouth Mike.
Is this
Sorry,
Mike?
I mean Motormouth Mike. My name's Motormouth Mike. PG, can you stream reading Jeff the Killer Creepypasta when I come back? Yeah. We can make time for that. I'm sure of it. What?
Choke.
What? Oh yeah, I was supposed to look at the chat. I have time now. Thanks, dude. I'll be back in
Yeah.
Okay, what are y'all talking
Yeah.
about? When and/or in deltarune. Now. Wait, what? That's what's up. Now. Wait, when is it? When isn't it up? In... Come on, guys. I don't want a bush. Oh, okay. Fun employed. I don't know, I just say things. Shut up! Not you, not y'all, Ricardo.
Dude,
Don't
that
look
was
too
the
much
game,
into
that
it.
was the-
I don't know, I just
that
say
was the
things.
game.
Don't look too much into it. That's what's up.
Dude, Jevil just came up in game and started attacking you.
Nice to meet you some more. Dude, I'm gonna have a whole nother day to stream chapter 4. Modern Mike, and my mouth is so big. Motormouth Mike, Motormouth, my name is Motormouth.
How long?
Mike.
How long is this boss?
Oh, these people aren't Mike. Mike, we still haven't seen Mike.
That's Motor Mike.
Motormouth.
Motor Mouth.
Motormouth Mike. Oh, but.
Oh, that was in between. You see that?
Yeah, I'm playing it.
Oh, you got hit.
Get that Jeff the Killer creepypasta in an hour, PTG, or I'll straight up dox you. Okay, that's what's up. 11:54, you got it.
If you do that, I'm leaving.
Oh yes. So wise can't you better be back in an hour then, Polo, or else. All right, that's it. Dude, we're about to see Mike, I think. Oh. Look, I admit it. There's more than one Mike. More than one. Okay, I need to go for an hour too. Oh, okay. And now that you know, there's no way we can let you out of here alive. So, yeah.
So, yeah, we gotta kill you. What are you doing?
I didn't know that there was a length to the arms. It's cool. Okay, well, peace to both of y'all for an hour.
How you feel about this whole mic thing?
I like it, but I didn't read enough dialogue. I'm gonna have to replay this one day. Usually we split this all up. The mic situation is crazy. One mic does all the talking. Dude, we're actually exposing him. Okay, I'm going for real this time. Oh, okay. One mic is the muscles.
And that mic is a furry.
And one mic, listens. And that mic is a cat. You gotta have a mic that listens.
Oh! They dance! Dude, hurry up! Dude, hurry up!
Oh my god.
I like the way they dance. Dude! Why do you sound like that?
I gotta do it. Oh snap.
Stop. Don't do that again. I prefer the
Everyone thinks there's only one mic. But there ain't. There's two. What?
Three?
Three!
Three!
Sorry. I forget him because he doesn't talk. Oh yeah.
He doesn't talk. Don't talk. Oh, dude, he's scaring me. He's scary. He's angry. He's angry. Angry cat.
There we go. Alright, now I pet all of them. Dude, I don't get what's going on. I'm not gonna lie. But we can't let this get out. If people knew there was more than one mic, everybody would want to be Mike. Well, we're not gonna let that happen.
Can I be Mike?
Yeah.
Can I have a Mike Sona?
Oh, you're talking about what he said. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh my god, they're Mike Mel. Mike.
Oh
No! Oh my god, sorry. Oh my god! I bet you're spitting so much into your microphone right now. You sound like a drill. You sound like a drill.
I can't do this. Dude, I'm gonna die.
This is the final mic attack. Dude, you better die. Dude, you better die. Oh my god. Dude, you better die. Dude, don't die. Don't die.
Oh, shoot, man. Bro. I just died on the mic boss fight. Dude, I had to look at my dog.
Dude, that was such a long fight, too.
That was a really long fight. Shoot, man. Hey,
Dingo. You gotta do it all over again.
Hey, Dingo. I think. But you seem to not want to.
What?
You seem to really hate Mike. You seem to really not like this fight.
What makes you think that?
Oh my god, this dog is so cute, dude.
This dog is so ugly.
I love him. Oh my god.
I hate him.
Dingo, 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 dingo.
I'm gonna name him
Oh.
Evil.
Oh, he's so cute.
He's so ugly. Boo! You bothered your
Okay, you gotta go. Leave me be, Dingo. Let's do it again.
You bothered your cat. Sorry, here. He has 5 big boom. Boom! 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 Hey! Hey! How you doing?
He's really looking at this chocolate milk as if I'm gonna give it to him.
Ah!
I can't do that.
You can't do what?
Hey, what the heck are you doing in here?
Hey!
Didn't
what the
you
heck
read
are
that
you
door?
doing in here? Didn't you read that
If
door?
you didn't read it, how did you know what he said? What?
Yeah, you know
What?
how he did. What?
think you're
What?
Mike or
you
something?
think you're Mike or something? You're Mike.
My So you figured it out, did ya? Me yike. That's right. There's only one real Mike. And that's me.
Why is he so hostile? Why is he instantly want to kill you?
Google.
Hey, how'd you find me? Google.
It's me, Motormouth. It's me. Nice of you to drop by. Not at all. No.
What the fuck?
Look with your private
Why are you
eyes.
talking like
This is a private room. A private room, see?
You started talking like a fucking ASMR guy. ASMR.
We are live. We are on the air. Oh, these 45 votes aren't just gonna be for show.
Ew, don't talk like that.
Okay. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa.
My God, what was that?
It was me trying to burp. It didn't work. Always has
Sound
been.
like you threw up.
Always will be. They call me Motor Mouth because I never stop talking ever. Haha. I noticed it. Shut up. I'm sure you heard me. You did, didn't ya? You can't turn me out, no siree. Yes siree. I'm always on the air, in the air, all around you, even within you. Now get out.
You like that?
Fa 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 fa. Fa la 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 la.
I'm so joyous right
Fa
now!
la la
I'm
la
so
la
jolly!
la 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 la.
Stop! Stop it!
Dude, I just want to play the game. Can I be honest? Can I be so honest, dude? I want to fight Mike. Like, I'm so happy that I'm getting to meet Mike, but I just want to play the chapter, bro. Mike all day, Mike all
God.
night. You
Why-
can't
why
even
does
skip
it-
dialogue.
They're all on.
I'm the best and most beloved. Tenna's favorite.
Nathan, what would you do if I left you?
I'd be really sad.
What if you left? What if I left for playing other game?
Oh, you actually want to leave? I don't know. I sing his theme song. Yo, my dog is hitting that.
Your dog be hitting that?
My dog is hitting my closet door, making noise.
Oh,
And he keeps
shiz.
going up to me. Yes, I love you,
Oh,
Daniel.
shiz. He's hitting that. He's
He's
hitting it.
hitting that. He's hitting.
Hitting
He's hitting.
it.
Hitting.
He's hitting it. Oh, shit, he's hitting it. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit, man. Fuck, he's hitting it. Fuck. Oh my god, I'm so much deltarune. I just wanna play a different game.
I think Mike needs a little break. I'll be back in a sec.
Little break.
Cat Mike.
Cat Mike. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Dude, if you had a donation sound,
What?
if you had a donation sound, what would it be?
Ow! What was the thing from that Goosebumps game?
That doesn't hurt me.
That doesn't hurt me. It would be something like that, but I'm gonna find a different sound bite from that game to choose. I'll find something good.
Let us in.
Dude. Let us in.
Let us in.
I think it's raining
was that?
outside.
It does say severe weather on my phone. Oh my god, a thunderstorm?
Ooh, nice.
That's interesting. Dude, what's up with the weather lately? Again, like I got hail yesterday. I just got randomly hail. Just randomly
Yeah.
hail.
My here, wait, did you hear that? Was great, right? Real verbose.
Oh. Spamton. Oh my god, Spamton. Dude, why does Spamton
Mike is
get
definitely
mentioned so
a cat.
much?
So I look a
Why
little
did
different. What's the big deal? What?
Why does Spamton get mentioned so much, but like Jebel gets like almost nothing?
I think that
Hello?
Spamton just had a lot more connection with lore.
What about Jebel?
Not particularly. Like, that was such a small world. Spamton was able to contact outside of his world, too. He even contacted Noelle. Did you know that?
Oh, right.
Well, outside of the dark world, he emailed her.
Dude, he contacted me.
He contacted everyone. How did my dog get over there?
That's your dog.
Yeah, well, it's close
What
enough.
is it?
Hey, shut up. That dog in your backyard, it's yours.
No, it's not. It's not even there.
Mike is definitely a cowboy. Oh, this guy's Western. Okay. Nice to meet ya. It's me, Big Mouth Mike. They calls me that because I don't shut up. Yes, see? This is a private one. We got private eyes. We've been investigating
what?
you. We like what we
I'm
see.
gonna go
Keep
play
it up.
VR chat.
Oh, man.
I got some of my peeps on there.
Yeah, that does make sense. Yeah, that does check out.
Fuck
Yo, why do I low-key want to play the game?
Dude, you haven't even gone to like the first dark fountain.
I know, it's terrible. I'm fighting Mike right now.
You're fighting Mike. Can you? How about you just save this for like later?
I could. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
You gotta read that creepy pasta of Jeff the Killer.
Eh.
I'm so funny.
In an hour. No, I was making the noise because of the boss fight. Oh, I can skip dialogue. Wait, I might be able to finish quick enough. Alright, I am kind of close. I might be able to finish this if I get to that last attack again.
I'm gonna start ripping off everything.
What?
I'm gonna rip off my skin.
Don't listen to that. That was an unrelated noise. The game is making me do that. Rip off skin. Sorry, I forget him because he doesn't talk. Whoa! This one was hard.
Sorry. Dude, your dog just died.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard like a thud background.
Yeah, that was my dog hitting the closet again. Oh, okay, this is the last attack. It's so goofy. I did it. I beat Mike. Boss, can you just use our normal attacks? What? No way. I mean, wait, these are our normal attacks. Alright, take out your gun, buddy.
What the fuck?
Oh, whoa. Wait, time out, time out. Sorry. I admit it. I was so hard doing what Tenna wanted. I couldn't do it alone. I needed more mics. And along the way, I forgot who I really was. But you guys helped me remember. I'm the only Mike. The real one. These two guys are fakes. Beat them up. Make them pay for making me so stupid.
He's blue and green.
Alright, I admit it. None of us are actually Mike. We're just kind of in charge of Mike's room, unofficially. Tenna's always talking to Mike, right? Well, you see, sometimes he wants to come to this room and visit him. It's been that way since TV World. But he gets really moody if Mike isn't there and takes it out on us. Now, here's the thing about
Who
that.
the fuck is Mike?
Mike has never been here, not once. And in order to stop Tenna from getting his nose twisted up, we just started taking turns pretending to be him. And you know what? The weird thing is, it actually worked. As long as there's a Mike, Tenna actually believes it. Obviously, we couldn't let you in here, or you'd snitch.
Ew, I don't like that thing.
Yeah, that's gross. He's all smug. He's actually a chud. But it's too late now. Now our conspiracy is busted. Just before you tell Tenna, let me ask you one last thing. Who's Mike? Who is he? Because none of us has ever seen him. None of us. Ever. Every time Tenna asks Mike to do something, it's either like, he just does it himself, or we do it secretly, or it just sort of happens. So who is Mike? Who is he? Is he Tenna's imaginary friend? Is he Tenna's alter ego? Like some alternate personality or something? And why the hell does he get so much love and attention? If the weather guy's our second in command, what does that make him? What if it's us? Us? Yeah, we've been pretending to Mike be doing stuff. What if when we pretend to be Mike, we's actually Mike? What? It's always been us?
Maybe.
Then where'd the
Mike,
idea of Mike come from in the first place?
maybe the mic was just all the friends we made along the way.
Beats me. This doesn't make any sense. What about you guys? What about you guys? You came to this room. Are you guys Mike? Are you? Huh? Are you? Are you? Ah, I give
Dude,
up.
don't do that shit again.
What is he fixing his tie? He's gross. This green Rudin. That's what. Oh wait, no, Pippin.
Pippin, Rudin.
Green Pippin. I give up. As long as someone's Mike, it'll work out. Sweet. I suppose we also don't need to be here. Yeah. Coolio.
Hey, but you can go over there.
What? It's a really long hallway. Dude, wait, there's
The
noise.
real mic pops up. It's gonna be the real mic. Is this gonna be a bunch of lore drop? It's getting darker. It's getting darker. It's faster.
Bro, touch grass? Bro, how about you? You better get out of my chat.
It's a real microphone, bro.
Oh, snap, it's a real microphone. Bro, touch grass. Can a man not enjoy his game? Please. Please. Mike.
Man.
Oh my god, I just realized why Mike is named Mike. Like a microphone. Microphone.
You just realized it.
Dude, I never noticed that before. Did you see that? That was a real microphone. You think that was Mike? Oh my god, that's Mike.
It's a microphone.
Bro,
Get
touch
it?
grass. Can a man not stream? Can a man not stream the game?
You already said that.
I know, I just wanted to say it again, because how dare you? How dare you come into my chat and tell me to touch grass? Can a man breathe fresh air? Can a man breathe fresh air? Triana, there's a dog in here. I wanted to tell everyone, but they're gone now. But they already knew that before they left.
Shut your freaking mouth.
There's a dog in here. Oh my god. Do you have Alzheimer's? What?
Shut your fucking mouth.
Why are you so mean? You already asked me that on Instagram. Dude, I just got deja vu. I just got deja vu. This has literally happened before.
What does that even mean?
That means like you have a moment where you feel like
Why do you have Alzheimer's?
you don't really
Dude,
like looking at this sort of thing.
Are you a freak? You like a disgusting freak that
Oh, this dog is playing with me. Oh my god. Oh my
You
god.
are.
He's so cute. I love
you're
him.
disgusting. Is that the
Whoa.
mic room?
What? He is a freak. I have pictures. You don't got pictures of nothing. You better hide whatever pictures you have, because I don't know what you're talking about.
Jongler? Bad Bluey. Bluey!
It's Pluey. Put on your shoe. Hey, sprint. They implemented Pluey.
They implemented Bluey.
They implemented Pluey. This is actually amazing.
What the fuck?
Please let me show them. Send me the pictures. I can show it on stream. Whatever
Actually,
pictures you have,
Pluey.
I'll decide if
Dude,
if
he's
it
actually
gets shown.
awesome.
Dude, wait, Pluey's actually awesome. Whoa.
Dude, you can grab Bluey. Can you take Bluey of you?
Aww.
It's Bluey.
These two blush if I put Pluey on the pedestal. Oh no, it's just if I put them together. Aww. Aww. Look, now they're all together.
Why are they blushing?
Oh, I don't know. They blush whenever you pet them in the fight. Jongler? Oh, that's it. Alright, did you send me the pictures yet? Oh, I know you're looking for them. Whoopsie daisy. Jungle cats into the hoop. Oh, they each have their own game. How do I play it? Oh, shoot. Oh my god. Okay.
Music.
Pet Chris to quit. Okay. Avoid bad ats and get cats. Oh, I can play the mini games from the fight. That's cool. That's fun. That's really fun. Alright, Ricardo.
Hey!
Ricardo. It's
What?
time to play deltarune. Oh, wait, not yet.
What?
I didn't talk to these people yet. Damn, nice outfit, I'll say. I didn't have anything to do with this.
See, look. If you go back into another room and then go back into the same one, you can see them change position.
Who?
I forgot their name.
Which room?
Selling the ads, just this room right now. If you go back into this one and look back, then you'll see that they changed.
Where's my card person? I worked hard to get them. Though I'm just a small ball, with friends, I have become more well-rounded than ever before. I went too far with my training. My legs have achieved a kind of ultra instinct, where they can lead their own independent life without me.
It's like Dragon Ball.
It reacts to your presence. It's like Dragon Ball. What?
Oh my god, look, now he's blue, and now the yellow one's there.
Oh! Wow.
They'll say different
I
things,
can't
too.
believe I'm drinking Addison tea. It says just as advertised. I mean, literally, it tastes like an ad. Dude, I want tea now.
Again?
Yes.
Addison's reliable sales. No one wants it mills.
Addison's reliable sales. No
I just
one
said
to...
that.
I know, but... Sorry, Rossi. That's okay. We're short freaks. We may be ads.
have
We may
ads.
be ads, but we have integrity. Free poison. Drink here.
Drink here.
Yeah, nice outfit, I'll say.
And buy.
Mm.
Dolphin.
Such is the way of the world. I don't think it was saying it like that. Mm. Oh. Yeah.
I'm so full.
That's so I hate hearing that. I hate it.
I think it's actually like thundering outside.
Yeah. Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Wow. Like, can you hear it from my microphone?
Such a way warm.
Such is the way of the worm.
So full and round.
No. No, don't even do that.
Look, guys,
Look,
it's
guys.
in the wrist. You want to be part of the fan club? You gotta be good at fanning.
That's actually a good joke. That's a great one. She just sent me 4 photos. What are the photos? I'm looking at them now.
It's just your house. It's the picture of your house.
It's a picture of my house right now.
Yeah.
Why is my Wi-Fi
Here,
not
I'll-
on? Did it knock out my Wi-Fi?
Dude, that'd be crazy.
Dude, that'd be disappointing.
Dude,
That'd be
fucking
straight up disappointing. No, my
Dude, that'd
Wi-Fi's
be
just
so-
not on.
crazy. Ah!
I haven't been using my Wi-Fi for like a few days. What?
Dude!
Hold on. The
I'm
photos.
wearing pink, you motherfucker!
I haven't thought about that guy in a while. What did you just send me? It's not loading. Oh my god.
That's the same. That's the same guy that says, "You prefer knowing my
Okay, these are all
burger."
pretty good pictures. Except for the one of me.
Dude!
Except for this
Why
one.
would you pay? Oh my god, you're shirtless.
Dude, that's just a picture of me. That's not even nice. Mason Troy Adams. Do you know Bradley Hayes? Yeah. How do you know Bradley Hayes? You're following him. I forgot. I forgot to ask about that. How do you know Bradley?
Ew, what are you doing over there?
Hey, this isn't our PE.
I know, that's gross. Dude, you're in the back where all the dust is. You're on the floor. You're crawling on like all the dust.
Oh.
Oh, what
I
What
re-
the fuck is that?
I remember whenever I sent this, the message I sent it with was, "Look at this cute dog."
Dude, are you rotting?
I shouldn't show
think
this
you're-
on stream. Someone I know is
Dude,
gonna show up.
Dude, your feet is rotting. You got that spring chap feet.
Oh, this picture's good too. I'm not gonna show this anymore. I get this off my screen. Yeah, how do you know Bradley?
That actually caught me off guard. Holy shit.
I was not naked in that photo for the record. I would like to put that on the record.
Yeah. Dude,
This was
you
with
know what?
Christian. Christian was right beside me here. Wait, I think.
Wait. Let me look at the blanket. Okay, I thought it was on some type of like candy cane ass blankets.
This was at my nana's.
Dude, what are you wearing? Did you like pull up your shorts like really high up?
Where?
Up there.
I think so.
That's your whole thigh.
Because we went to school together. Oh, sweet. Wait. You don't go to his school. You go to like OC Tech or whatever. I think. Alright, I'm low-key out of here. Let's start this game. Damn.
Probably gonna go and play another whatever.
Well, I guess then there's just no point.
Guess we're not playing then.
I guess I'm just gonna end the stream. He got kicked out, but oh my god, he got kicked out of the school? I have a story time. Alright, do tell, I guess. The music.
Ah! Ah!
Hey, Tammy's in here. Tem stubby hard. Hard. Tem learn how to sing. Wait, that's what's up.
Dude, that's what's up.
Hey, what's with the egg at Burley's desk? Never mind, I don't want to think about it.
It's gross. What the fuck? Cut himself?
Oh, wait.
Class?
He would pull out his vapes in class and cut himself in class, and he would actually stink so bad. Oh my god. Dude, he was in the chat earlier. You can't say this. He was in the chat at the very beginning.
I'm gonna go now.
Oh, man. Well,
What? Dude! Don't gaslight me, don't gaslight me, don't gaslight me. Dude.
oh, wait.
Wait, what's that one video of the guy?
Wait, what'd you say?
What the fuck? What was that video again? I can't forget. It's the.
Yeah, we're not
Did he
even talking about
gaslight you?
gaming.
Why would he do that?
Did he
What a
gaslight you?
gaslighting.
What a narcissistic monster. Whatever.
Did you give in?
He would wear the
No!
same clothes every day because he was too lazy to change. And one time I sat next to him and I got so nauseous because of his BO. Dude, this is a terrible story. I hope he's better now. I don't think he was that bad. Oh, snap.
Did you give in? No!
Did you give in? Do you like moving fast with or without legs? But usually with legs.
Dude,
Oh,
cross
and Noel.
country.
Noel's
I
in
don't know, I
cross
didn't-
country.
Yeah, I don't know why Noel's in cross country. That's interesting.
Coolio.
I hate cross country. I hate it very much with my
Country.
entire heart. Country.
Yeah, he works at the library. Chris and Susie at the library on a
Noel.
weekend. Is everything okay?
Dude, he has a job and you don't.
I'm fun employed, like Bush said. Leave very fast. Run as you may, Quist, but you'll never best my speed run. Oh yeah, these people.
Okay. They're criminals. They're evil doers.
But it's reading. Its mind has been expanded by reading.
Oh my god. 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 Oh my god.
Oh wait,
Oh my god.
I love reading, especially. Wait. The book's upstairs. Wait, the books are.
Upstairs.
It's a book about monster funerals. Read it. When monsters die, their deaths spread over what they loved. Wait, yeah, I already know this. glue.
That's my clapping. Did
Why?
you like it? They clapped. Dude, wow, that thunder was loud. I can hear it from my headphones. Oh my goodness, that one's a big one.
Dude, yeah, it's getting bad right now. Oh my god.
Dude, I'm scared. I'm gonna die.
It's getting it started getting bad for me the moment that you said that.
Dude, we're gonna die. We're gonna fucking die. The whole city of Odessa is gonna explode.
Dude, yeah, it's gonna get evaporated, just like
There's just gonna be a big crater in the city of Odessa.
like when the Terminator shows up in his ball of lightning. That's what's gonna happen to us. We're just gonna like evaporate in a ball, and then just nothing's gonna be there. Oh my
There's just
god,
gonna be a
it's
big
raining
crater
hard.
replacing- It's gonna be a big crater replacing.
When it
the whole
rains,
city
it
of Odessa.
pours.
Where there's rain, there's thunder.
Louis, you know that daily saucer of milk I put out? I have regrets.
Oh snap. Oh, it's both of them.
Dude, do you hear that?
Dude, do you hear that?
Yeah, I hear thunder.
I don't hear thunder, I just hear heavy rain. And slight thunder
can-
sometimes.
I can barely see outside. It's so dark outside.
Don't drag me into this. I'm just looking at milk.
Oh wow.
OMG, Chrissy, do you like want some of my free milk? That's
my
my free milk, you
God.
furry freak. Oh yeah, this is
Freak.
what Susie was talking about at the beginning.
Dude, it's getting bad.
Yeah, no, I feel like I'm about to die. There's
Dude,
there-
I can hear it hitting the ceiling.
there's impending doom right now.
Dude, is it hailing?
I don't think so. It might be, but I can't see outside anyway.
Dude, it kinda is. Yeah, it's hailing.
Oh
Dude,
snap.
that's a big chunk of ice right there. Oh my god. Dude, that's a huge piece of ice.
Dude,
That's like a ping pong size of ice.
my stepsister's car got totally wrecked by hail on her way back to town. Like, the windshield is busted bad, so I hope it's not too bad tonight here. I only
Dude,
like to
that's
eat little
bad.
rabbits.
I mean, wowee.
The door knocking guy? Taking breaks is vital to getting better too.
The door knocking guy.
Yeah. Oh my god, you missed that too. If you go to this guy in every chapter and knock on his door, he's like, oh my god, that's what a beautiful knock. Come back tomorrow and knock again, please. So, can we get into the
Whoa.
store?
Dude, my window's gonna break.
I think it's getting worse for me too, like right now. Sorry, kid. Check the sign.
Dude, a piece of hell is gonna hit my window so hard it's gonna like shatter it and shoot out a glass shard that's gonna aim for my neck and kill me.
Final destination.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, we looked at the sign. Yeah. Did you check it?
Dude, it's getting wowie, zowie, zowie. Dude, I have to go. We're gonna die.
Oh man, thanks for checking that. That's wrong. Then change your stupid sign. Alright, I'm on it. One change sign coming up. I don't see you changing your sign. Got it. Come back here in a bit.
Dude, fuck you.
Okay, do I have to do like one more thing? Yes, I do. I have to go to QC's Diner and then that's it. I think. I should get paid for watching this. Oh, you're still watching this? Yeah, no. This is a pretty awesome game, so you're actually watching the best experience ever. This stream sucks right now. You're actually right. Dude, I'm not gonna get to talk to Onion because I failed on this save to talk to him. Dude, I'm gonna cry. That's... Hey, Chris, watch this. Lake skip.
Like, skip.
When does your computer explode and you die? Dude, you should be entertained. I made a Final Destination joke.
It's gonna happen right now! Right now!
I can hear you try not to laugh. Dumb bum. Fine. We'll see how far you get it.
Mason.
Get at the lake next time. What?
Mason. Center Anthony Adams.
Mason Troy Adams.
Mason Troy Adams.
Mason Troy Adams.
I have no idea who this guy is, who this person is, or why they're here.
That guy sound like he's gooning and about to... Okie dokie.
Guy sounds...
She's talking about you. I think. What an odd thing to say.
That Asgore guy just saved me last day. Oh my god, I'm gonna die.
Oh shoot, yeah. Oh yeah, I was gonna tell you about this on your stream, Ricardo. Did you know that Asgore was on the police force and then got removed?
No?
Yeah, I didn't know that until really recently. It's scuffed, old, and the colors are kind of messed up, but it's really good. It's a really good TV. I see. Could you bring it on by? Yeah, of course. Wait a sec.
Yay!
Oh my god,
Antenna.
what a yellow TV.
Ew, it's dirty.
Dirty, it's gross, it's nasty.
It's gross. Would you own Tenna?
I'm gonna leak your address. 267. Never mind. I'm gonna record this and upload it, so I shouldn't say that. You can leak my address. You don't even know my address. You don't even know my
I'm gonna
address,
leak your
Joanna.
address
I
right
bet
now.
you don't. Oh my.
Leaking
It's
your
a-
address right now.
I'm leaking your address, Ricardo. I'll put text on the screen for the rest of the stream that has your address on it.
That's not my address anymore. Yeah, it's the wrong one.
Oh, actually, you're right. Yeah. It's a handsome little thing, isn't it? What's the brand?
You're
I
just
don't
gonna
know.
leak in some, like, dude, you're gonna be leaking the black family that's gonna live here now. You're racist. You're racist for
Oh,
leaking
it's
the
those
buddy and the
people?
pager. Huh?
It's those people that came over that one night?
No,
What?
it's another one.
Oh, okay.
It's a different family.
Not in like a racist way. There just are a lot of black people in your neighborhood, like far more than mine.
You live in the white neighborhood.
Well, I don't mean to say it like that. It's just there. I see a lot in your neighborhood. That makes it sound. That makes me sound really bad.
What are you trying to say, huh?
I'm saying, BLM. I don't know, but his name's Tenna. Your TV has a name? No, I mean, yeah, but just like a nickname. Like, Antenna? How
I'm
cute.
trying to say my neighborhood's more ghetto than yours.
Whoa, buddy. I think you're saying that. I didn't say nothing.
Kind of some parts.
11:39. Kind of some parts. Perhaps.
Yeah, you remember you walking down the park and stuff?
Your neighborhood was fine walking to the park. We didn't talk to anyone.
You walked down to the fucking gas station, and there was that one weird looking building.
Oh,
the
yeah.
fun room.
I'm not gonna remember the something room. Yeah.
It's like fun room or something.
I don't think it was fun room.
The fun room. I'm gonna call it that.
It was, yeah, the fun room. The only weird thing I noticed walking to the park was the meteor. It was the meteor hole in that one guy's yard.
Yeah, they're like doing construction.
Really? Hell yeah, Chris. We found him a home. Oh, I just deleted you. Innocent emoji. All right, I get it. I'll get you back. I got something. I'll. I'm plotting. Watch out. Watch your back, okay? Oh my, you two really love this TV, don't you? Well, don't worry.
What just happened?
Oh my god. What happened to you?
My computer turned off.
Why do you sound terrible?
Wait. I'm on my phone. My computer just shut off.
Oh wow, I hope mine doesn't.
Did the breaker just trip or something? What's happening?
I better watch out.
It's like there was like a mini blackout for some reason. My computer and my AC turned off, but my lights didn't.
Oh, you better check. You should check your computer. Like, turn it on.
It did turn off.
No, turn it on. Next.
Turning it back on.
Is it working?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Dude, that happened with my Xbox a few years ago, and the Xbox like broke completely. Like it stopped working. It was terrible. It made me really sad. Why are you silencing women? I like totally forgot to respond to your message.
Site can't be reached. Still connecting. Okay, well, I gotta go
These suck.
anyways.
Yeah, I guess you do.
Dude, stop it.
His computer is gonna explode. Your computer's gonna explode. You better duck. You gotta get down.
I gotta take cover right now.
You need to take cover.
Actually, I think my
Over.
internet went out.
These emojis suck.
Did the internet? I think the internet just went out too. It did. Fuck. Okay, well, I gotta go then.
Oh, you do? I thought your internet
My
was
internet
down.
went out, dude. My internet's out.
Then you can't do nothing.
I can't do anything.
You're stuck. You're stuck in the Stone Ages, buddy. Haha. Oh my, you two really love this TV, don't you? Well, worry. Mr. Tennant and I are gonna get along famously. Cool, well, I'm putting it in your
Okay.
house now.
Okay, bye bye.
Oh. Why? Why?
Stop.
No, but why now? You can't even play VR chat.
I know.
Oh, well, okay.
Ah! 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 Ah!
I don't know what he's doing. Is he gone? Oh, he's gone. He's gone. I guess it's just me now. I guess I gotta do all this on my own. Yo, I need to turn this up, don't I? Like, I feel like I should. I'm still louder than it. Time to actually play the game. Man, I really have not been playing it. It's been 3 hours. Tenna, you cad, what is this? I don't even know how to say that. Oh my, I think something just awakened within me. Oh yeah, it's Metaton. Metaton's gonna... This proves you suck. Dude, it really does. Like, I have not started this game. I've been playing for 3 hours and I'm on the very beginning of the chapter. Like, what am I doing? I don't even know if this VOD is worth uploading. Like, there's no point. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Bro, I did not mean to start this cutscene. Ugh. I'm gonna get hungry waiting around. Chris, got any snacks? That works, I guess. Susie, Chris, hi. Upload it because I made it funny. Dude, your funny part's gonna have to get edited probably. But what other messages do you even have? Your computer's gonna explode and die. I should get paid for watching this. Missing Troy Adams. These people are funny. This is worth uploading. All of this. Hey, they're almost gonna be back, according to Polo's words. Yeah, I'm gonna upload it anyway. Coolio. Sorry I'm late. I just had to... Okay, I'm just funny. I have made you giggle. My occasions. My occasions. I have made you giggle. In occasions. Wait, I'm just funny. Hold up. Okay. I'm just funny. I have made you giggle. My occasions. Okay. Wait, I need to die. I don't know what you're talking about. I think I get what you mean to say. Do you mean to say, wait, okay, I'm just funny. I have made you giggle. Wait, no, I don't know what you're saying. You made me laugh on which message? You made me laugh at this picture. This. Well, that's me making me laugh. That doesn't count. That was just a good picture. I adored my court. What does that mean? What does that mean, Shiona? I adored my court. Sorry I'm late. I just had a... Yeah? Oh, snap. Is that a rose? This? Oh, yeah. Sorry. Oh, shoot. Did you want some? I can pick up the stem if you... No, it's fine. This way. What? Okay, whatever. Can I still... Yes, I can. I want to talk to Sans. Oh, yeah, don't mind me. Just fixing up the grill. Want a hot dog? Heck yeah. Wait, isn't that a cattail? It's low calorie stuff, so you won't feel guilty. It's inedible. I was defending a client for an internship, and I loved it. I was being a lawyer? Really? Wait, what? What do you do? Do you do lawyer stuff already? You can't be upset when everyone advised against it, right? Yes, brah, I'm studious. You're like 15. Oh wait, no, you're 16. You're 15. Right. Grounded 2. I love 2025. 2025 is pretty dang good, dude. Oh my god. 2025 is actually kind of immaculate already. We call that 0 calories, miss. It's an upgraded grill. I'm 15. What? Does 15 not mean 16? What? Wait, so you've been 14 this whole time? Okay, so now you're older than me. Because I'm still... Bro, wake up. Bro, I would have sworn this meant 16. Whoa. Bro, my birthday was in January. Then why was your quince last Saturday? Is that not the point of a quince? I still remember your birthday. Wake up. Bro, I wouldn't remember anymore because your quince was last Saturday. Why was that? Did you just have a delayed birthday or something? What even is a quince? No, you can have it whenever you want. Why? Quince tradition. Yo, I look, you need to start playing this game. Celebrates a young girl's new milestone in adulthood. Unlike the quinceañeras, are celebrations for whenever a young woman turns 15 years old. Huh. Okay. Dude. Oh yeah, your birthday would have been... Okay, so Okay, yeah, I did go to your birthday then. I wouldn't remember when it was, though. I'm not gonna lie. I don't remember anyone's birthday. I have it written down somewhere, though. I have you, Christian, which Christians I don't really need it. Anyone's birthday anymore, because no one's birthday is until October, I think. Right? Oh, I don't even have anyone's birthday anymore. I deleted Instagram notes. I just know that 3 people's birthday is in, like, the same week on October. That's gonna be a stressful week for me. Oh, I know. Count out Christian. It's an upgraded grill. Now, in addition to cat food, can also smell like dog food. Fancy. Coolio. Clopin. Okay, anyways, I can defend a client because I skipped college grades, so I'm studious. I don't know what that means, but that's dope. So wait, so I'm studious. Anyways, I can defend a client because I skipped college grades. I'm so stupid. So I can defend a client because I skipped college grades. I don't know why I thought about that message so much. It's not even confusing. I was just thinking. So can we go in yet? What does the sign say? It says Clopin. What does that mean? Beats me. I just work here. We'll change it again. Alright, you're the boss. It's gonna say, I don't know. Oh, that's what's up. Whoa. The heck does that sign mean? Seems to indicate some kind of sans. Like, instead of being a freshman in college, I'm a junior in college. What do you mean you're in college? This is freaking me out. You're scaring me. We were literally in the same classes. I should be in college right now. Yeah, you went to OC, didn't you? You went straight to OC. Which is crazy that you can do. It's interesting. So does it say the door is open or closed? Guess it just means there's a skeleton in front of the door. I take college classes. Dude, I should be taking college classes. But the door's locked, right? We were literally in the same English class. I'm graduating from college next year. What? That's not fair. What in the world? I'm gonna be in college whenever I'm like 20. What the hell? This ain't right. But I got good grades this year too. My grades are so good this year. But the door is locked, right? It's closed. Wait, what? Locked? Nah. It's been unlocked this whole time. So it is open. Nah. No one's in there. But it's not closed. It's an in-between state, like, like, clopin. No. Take school cereal. What? Like, serious? What do you mean? I do take school serious. That's what I said. I got good grades this year. Mostly. They were pretty dang good. I'm changing my future. Kinda makes you wish we had a sign for that. Chris, we're done with this guy. Oh, man. Wait, what about his brother? You hear a nary of a bone. No rattle. Nor trousil. Nor xylophone tickle. You failed history last year because my teacher didn't teach. And she didn't either, and my history teacher didn't teach this year either. But I got away with it. You know why? I forgot. I don't even know what I'm talking about. What was I saying? Dude, I'm getting way too caught up in whatever we're talking about. Oh, yeah, no, this year my history teacher didn't teach either, but she gave me good grades still, so I got away with it. It was awesome. I did work for some grades, though, so I know a lot more about Egypt now. I like Egypt, okay? How about that? Yeah, this song's actually awesome. Little buddy, my date's about to start. And is it? And hold on. Dude, I actually can't do this. Like, I can't read. Little buddy, my date's about to start. And is it in the bag? What's... Okay. Hear more. Why not? $10 flowers, heart-shaped pizza, and my secret weapon, the old duct tape suit I made for prom. Little buddy, it's a first date. It's a first date, you say? I'm overdoing it, you say? But pizzerina, I want to show her I'm serious, that I love her. And she may be a little late to our date, but, I mean, look at these memes. A frog riding a bicycle. If she's breaking out of the vintage like this, she's got to be making out with me in her mind, little buddy. Whoops. Another new text. Sorry, little buddy. Talk later. Yeah, it would be weird if you were here. That's what's up. You gotta love burger pants. Alright, we got more dialogue in here, so... Here at the church, hun? That's nostalgic. Let me guess. The usual special? It'll be $5. Yes. Wait, no. Then come back when you feel like it, huh? We have money. Dude, this is a new song, isn't it? Like, this isn't even replicating some old song. Wait, I meant to buy it. Oh, yeah. The diner, huh? Haven't been in here since your mom took me. I remember plowing into my food with a runny nose. I probably became every janitor's enemy after that. But it's funny. Even though I was only making a mess. It's time. I'm supposed to be reading Jeff the Killer creepypasta. August 12th, 2012. Madness, paranoia, and oh, okay. You wake up at 3 a.m., disturbed by some subtle shifting sound within the room, just on the edge of hearing. Propping up on one arm, you survey the room looking for some source for the noise, hoping beyond hope that you won't find one. At first, your hopes are raised. Everything seems to be silent. Everything seems to be still. But it isn't. From behind the long concealing drape of a curtain, a voice, with flickering of the curtain, a voice, with flickering serpentive hiss whispers, "Go to sleep." Suddenly, you know what's about to happen and exactly who is waiting to meet you. As recognizable and widely known as he is feared, Jeff the Killer, the Espinous villain of numerous stories littering the internet, is one of the best known and most widely referenced creepypasta characters to have emerged from the shadowy corners of the web over the past few decades. But exactly who or what is this infamous denizen of the darkness? Where did the character come from? How has it evolved? And from which horrific pit of hell or the internet did that haunting image emerge? According to the creepypasta's explanation, Jeff's fixed grin is due to the scarring he inflicted upon himself. His eyes stare widely because he burnt off his own eyelids, and his skin is lily white as a result of having been horribly burnt by bullies with a combination of alcohol and bleach. The photograph that accompanies the many Jeff the Killer stories and what looks like a cross between Michael Jackson and a demented dolphin is widely known not only for the many derivative creepypastas using the character, but due to its widespread use in screamer videos alongside Jeff the famous Go to Sleep. What? Why did you just text me a voice message, Triana? What did you just say to me?
I hope to know that your microphone actually sucks butt and your freaking live pauses, and that I just give this a 1 out of 10 review.
My microphone is good. How dare you? It sucks. No, it doesn't. Here, wait, I'm gonna record. Here, I'm gonna read Jeff the Killer real quick. The photograph that accompanies the many Jeff the Killer stories. Okay. What did that save to? Videos. Yo, this music is awesome. Here, I'm gonna read Jeff the Killer. My microphone is dope. What are you talking about? I hope you get canceled. They're not gonna find nothing. They won't find nothing. I'm uncancelable. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Jeff photos. Why am I reading this? Okay, I did it, Polo. I read Jeff the Killer. Her face looks so happy. Just sitting there smiling, watching me. Kind of like you're doing now. Jeez. Chris, I didn't even tell you that your family is goddamn weird. Yuri! Here you go. Here's a little something extra for your friend. Whoa! Huh? If you need anything else, just holler. Alright, Chris. Don't want anything back. Or don't. Never mind. I got that wrong. Phew. Want the last bite of my sundae? Oh, too slow. Ah. So I guess we should get going, huh? What are you doing? Breathing on the window. Is that me? Not bad, you know? Can I see it? Here, let me draw something. It's you. What do you think? It's bad, Chief. That's because I'm drawing from life, dumbass. Dude, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for my swears. This is vulgar, and this stream is gonna get really bad because I keep swearing. They're making me do it. Please excuse me. Here, I have to check. Back shot. Loki. It sucks. How about you get banned? Why do you still have one message? What is up with this? It's just you, too. Polonium Prism. Polo has 85 messages. Make me mod? Hell... Oh. No, it's not. Wait, no, what's not? Hey, you're back. Make me mod? No! I don't know what you're talking about, Bush. I deserve to be mod. I just got you, and I heard it's just, and I heard you say it's just you here. Oh, snap. That's what's up. That's actually TUFF. Please, 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 please. I don't trust you with mod. You're gonna do something terrible. I'll give you mod for just a moment. TUFF. I can't say TUFF. I have never done anything nad bad. How do I even mod you? Yo, I'm not gonna lie, I low-key don't know how to mod you. This user not it. Avoid. Hey Bush, you're not gonna believe it. Well, we still haven't started the chapter. I'm still at the very beginning because I keep talking. How do I do this? Permit? Whoa! No, you don't get that. You don't get that at all. Bruh. I'm still really far back. Ricardo left. He's gone. He left. So it's just me. But I'm doing fine alone. What is this? Followers? You have 0 followers, Triana. How about that? No, 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 no. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how to mod you. So you hate me and you want me to die. You already said that. Do I have to go to Twitch? Oh. Oh. Alright. Don't ban anyone. Also, I'm taking your mod away in 5 minutes, so... Bruh. I can't mod everyone. I already did that a long time ago. Can I have modulator? You can have modded for a second too. I'm gonna take years away too. Because I realize if every friend that I have, if I give them mod, then I'll have no followers. I have to have followers. Not everyone can be mod. But y'all can both have mods, so, you know, y'all have fun for a second. Oh, hey, look at this. I have to have followers. Not everyone can be mod. I'm not going to do that. Thank you, King. TS, so TUFF. I can't say that word because I'm restricted. I just don't want to get banned by some malicious actor. Malicious actor. Are you talking about Triana? She's a liar. Don't trust her. That's what's up. Anyway, look, I made you talk. Susie rules. No, just whoa. Malignant forces plotting against me. Oh yeah, everyone is plotting, by the way. I made sure whenever you were gone to make everyone plot against you. Maleficent. Oh, like the movie. What do you... I wouldn't say that. What does it say? And then the rain fell down and washed everything away. Huh? Are you writing something? Chris. I can never tell when you're messing around. Well, let's get out of here. You mind cleaning? Actually, wait. You're not doing anything again. What can a moderator do? Like, I don't know what you're doing right now. You could be doing something terrible. Actually, you can do anything, can't you? I'm scared. You could be doing anything right now. Okay. Okay. Hey guys, check this out. I made these 2 pictures. Wait, I'm not gonna open it there. Yeah, look at this. Look at my banner. Don't mind this. This sucks still. I'm gonna change this eventually. Also, don't mind the 2023 Garden of Ban stream that I uploaded. That's an old VOD that I still had downloaded for some reason. Did I delete that? I need to delete that. Yo. Oh, customize channel. Guys, check this out. Wait, now I'm just gonna go to my downloads. Look at this. I made this as the banner for the I Love PTG Live. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Make sure to like and subscribe, everyone. Crown collage. I made this as my new picture for the collage thing. This is kind of messed up. This wasn't how I wanted it to be. This one has no background. Look, look, look. I didn't make it clear enough, but look. These crowns are supposed to be making another crown. That's the idea. This didn't really go to plan at all. But it's okay. It's fine. It's better than what it was before. This is dope, though. I like this. I had to move all these by myself. I see the vision. Yeah. Oh yeah, I just wanted to show that because I don't think I ever showed that. I might have showed it at the very beginning. I'm not sure. PTG Live. PTG VODs. I finally changed that. I'm late. Yeah, I read. Look, do I have Jeff the Killer still open? No, I already read Jeff the Killer. You missed it. Look, right here. It's okay, Polo. I got here late too. Yes, I read this before both of y'all got here. I read all of this. I got to here, and then I skipped over all of this, and I read a little bit of here. If Triana's still here, she knows. I think she was here while I was doing it. She can... Oh, don't look at those pictures. They're fine. I hope I get canceled. You said the N-word once. No, I didn't. Guys, don't believe this. She's actually a liar. Because I know for a fact that I didn't do that. I would never do that. In fact, I can have proof because this sounds terrible. This is actually a terrible accusation. I shouldn't even have opened that chat. What's it called? Posted in the VOD? Wait, post what in the VOD? What's it called? I can get proof from like 3 friends. They know that out of everyone at my school, I was very against saying it. I was just very strictly posted in the VOD. My awesome bottle opener broke off. Hey, wait, I can probably find it actually. Me reading it. Oh no, that's not how Twitch works. It's like when Germa read a Dr. Seuss story. Oh my god, there's so much of this too. Look at this. What? Are you far back? Are you talking about the N-word thing? Oh, also don't mind these pictures. That's what I was talking about. These pictures are okay though. This is not me, by the way. That's me. This was me when I was really young. That's not too bad of a picture. Polo, don't kill me. No, I said what to Polonium Prism. Yeah, that's right. These accusations, I can get proof from probably Ricardo. Ricardo probably knows. Wait, no. Oh, don't look at that. That's me. That's an old picture of me, so that's old. Please ignore that. I shouldn't be on here. I shouldn't even show that chat. That's a bad chat to show. Anyways, I should show better pictures of me because those ones are bad. Those are all bad pictures. What a shame. Anywho's, I found El bottle opening. What are you talking about? Killing Bush for it now. Bottle. What are y'all? I don't even. I'm clearly missing whatever y'all are doing. My awesome bottle opener broke off. Bottle. Cleo. One moment. Time's up, by the way. I also need to get back to playing the game. I'm being too distracted. Again. Battle Royale. I hope you enjoyed mod. Actually, you know what? Out of everyone, I can probably keep you on mod. Read Sonic.exe. Don't worry, you're back. I granted it to you right as you almost said it without a mod. You're done for. You're done for. MS mod. I don't even know where Triana went. Me mod, you don't get mod. Not yet. I already said why I don't want to give everyone mod. But if I give Bush mod, I want to give you mod. I'm gonna decide later. Not everyone gets mod though. Can mods give me mod? What? Can mods give out mod? Maybe. You can test it. I vouch for Polo. Dude, what the freak? What's it called? What was I doing? I vouch for Polo. Oh my god. I'm being revolted against right now. Hey, this is let's remember, this is a monarchy. This is a dictatorship monarchy. Mutiny. Mutiny. Sorry, I forgot what this word meant. Mutiny. Bye-bye for a bit. Okay. An open rebellion. Oh, heck no. Oh, heck no. Let's remember, this is a monarchy. No one's stopping me. Not Triana, not Ricardo, not anyone else that was here. Hey, Marlon was here for a little bit. He's not anymore. Yeah, he just showed up once. He did the same thing for the last stream. He just pops in like once. It's pretty funny. Be ready for Sonic.exe. What are you talking about? Read Sonic.exe. Oh, okay. I'm being too distracted. Get ready for deltarune. You mind cleaning up your place for a bit, hon? Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. Huh. The only other person I'd vouch for is Polo anyway. Okay, Polo deserves mod, but Polo does not get mod. You deserve it too, except, I'm still deciding. You have mod for now. You enjoy your mod. You enjoy your mod. You enjoy it. You enjoy it. For as long as you have mod, cherish it. Cherish the mod. Cherish the sword next to your name. Alright, let's go. Ribbit. There's a fly in my soup. Notice anything different about me? Yeah. Your hat's probably bigger. I think so. I actually don't know. Grease me up, chief. I would have Ricardo voice him, but he's gone. Going into the mod view right now. Oh yeah, you can do... Dang, I forgot how much you can do. Putting on the mod glasses. Dude, I forgot how much you can do with mod. I don't even know how to open mod view. Captions? I forgot how much you can do with mod. Whoa. Okay. Coolio. Cheerio. Advanced. Low latency mini player. Okay. Hey, by the way, we're playing deltarune, guys. Garkin, some mineral water, please. And hold the water. Working here all day just makes me hungry for diner food. Good thing the new guys let me take a break. Alright, I will let you play now. Oh, heck yeah. Chrissy, are you here to buy me a free lunch? Talk about Catty. Like that cat girl? Good gators. She's obsessed with me. This morning, we accidentally ordered the same special. We had to share and talk and laugh. And then she had the nerve to pay for it. No way. I want your hairy charity. So I'm just waiting, in case she comes by so I can pay her. By the way, is my makeup okay? I mean, I need to look better than her, obviously. God, so obsessed with me. Dude, I'm so excited for this blooming relationship. It's gonna be just like Undertale. Undertale. Eavesdrop on Blue Bunny. How long should I do this for? And is it really... I mean, think of the good of society, right? He was always ogling girls like me and stuff. Now he can be a good little boy and ogle a JPEG. Who are we talking about? See? Everyone wins, especially us, because it's really funny. Well, I guess it won't hurt to, if it makes him happy too. Who are we talking about? I literally don't know who's talking. Anyways, do I look like I know what a JPEG is? Dude, I've been watching King of the Hill a lot recently. I feel like I've just been coincidentally being on TV and I see King of the Hill and I watch it. Isn't that weird? Dude, I've been wanting to watch it, not gonna lie. It's a good show. It's just a good show to just turn on and just watch. I don't know. Same with Futurama. I like Futurama. Simpsons is the best. Simpsons is my favorite. Been getting Dale compilations on my homepage. Dude. Dale. Oh, yeah, Dale. I'm not gonna lie, I still don't know a lot of... I know Boomhauer, Hank, Bobby, Peggy. I have to make sure I know which one Dale is. Dale is who I think it is, right? Dale, King of the Hill. Yeah, Dale. Boomhauer. I don't know the other guy's name. What? No, who's the other guy? Where's the cast? Fuchs in Another Life. That's his name. Fuchs in another life would be Dale? Interesting. Interesting connection. He's got the same actor. Oh, really? Actor. No, the other guy. Boomhauer? Ah. Sorry, wait, I don't know who you're talking about anymore. Dale Gribble actor. What am I doing? Sorry, it's delayed. Oh, you must be talking about... Wait. Probably not him. But who plays Boomhauer? Oh, Mike Judge. Cool. Vince Gill. Singing? Oh, he does sing sometimes. The third guy. Yes, Bill. Bill. You're right. It totally is Fuchs. I've never thought about that. Wow. I've never even made that connection that they sound so much alike. Which makes sense. That's a weird connection to make. But yeah, wow. Same guy. Coolio. Yeah, I like Bill. Bill's his name, right? Dude, Mike Judge is pretty awesome. We're lucky for Mike Judge, aren't we? Yep, Bill. That's what Mike Judge looks like? I've never even seen this dude. Dude, he's mogging me right now. I don't care. Who was he in Idiocracy? Was he a writer? He might be a writer. Hold on, we're about to see something bad. Cover your eyes, please. Yeah, that. Alright, you can open your eyes now. Yeah, no, it's terrible. Don't look. Oh, snap, that's all. Actually, no, that's fine. What am I doing? I don't actually need to care. Was he... Yep. Whoa, this was a movie just made by Mike Judge. Wow. Wow. I did not know that. Kind of makes sense. Oh, he was also Office Space. Mon Mothma letterboxed GIF. Dude, I like that GIF. I don't know if I hearted that message, but that's a good GIF. I think I saved it. Stephen Root, Milton Woodhams, Joanna. What am I doing? I don't care about Office Space. I haven't even watched it. Don't mind that. PTG. Yeah, let's go there. That's bright. There we go. Oh, I can go home. There you two are. I hope you've been... Where are your church clothes? You know, we just kind of... Chris? Susie? Susie is the guest. Make an excuse for her. I ate the clothes. That's not helping. Sorry, I can't say swears anymore. Hey, the TV's gone. You can feel a pressure gradient from the absence of entertainment. Sorry, whenever I swear too much, something really bad happens. I don't want it to happen. By the way, I'm leaving for choir practice in a little while. If you need anything, just come by the church, okay, honey? You got it. Reminds me whenever I flushed down a bath bomb and... Huh? Chris, you did that too? What? You did it at home? Dingus? Do that at school. Stop thinking about good memories in front of the toilet. It's cupboard. Pizza-themed deodorant. The apple smelling the kid and their pizza stank brother. The apple scented shampoo seems to be lighter than normal. Hey, still no hard evidence I drank that. You said you drank it. Quite literally. In the weird... Okay, let's get out of here. Let's start the game. How about that, hey? I think we've been on this way too long. Way too long. Wait, what did you say? I think I didn't read that. Oh, goodness. Dude, I'm still messing with the music, man. I just realized we get to see Noelle's house. This is actually pretty exciting. Whoa! Alright, ready to explore your house now. Great. So, where did you two go? Oh, Chris took me out to lunch at the diner. It was awesome. Kind of feel like we got a little closer, you know? Oh, I'm glad you got closer while I was waiting. Yeah, me too. Well, anyways, this is my house. Whoa, it kind of... Oh, never mind. I was going to say it kind of looks like how I thought it would look like. but not really. I thought it would be blue. The hell? It's huge. I'm already getting lost just standing here. Oh, really? Then, here, I'll show you around. Felt that ran, guys. What? Sorry, I just get confused so much. What? Felt that ran, guys. Felt that ran, guys. Oh, really? Then, here, I'll show you around. Oh, I already read that. Dent that rune. Oh, felt that ran, guys. Dealt that rune. Dent. I'm not even gonna do this anymore. Snow that grav. Okay. Wait. Oh, I should have tried to leave and see what happens. Welcome to my ho-ho home. Chris, let's start searching. Okay. Let's meet at the couch when you're done searching. Oh. Who? Okay. Evil Snowgrave. Ice Birth. Dude, that's the good route. This is the Ice Birth. I'm doing the Ice Birth route. Ice Birth is a pretty good name. I like that. Whoa. Holy snap, that was kind of great. Wait, hold on. I just need to hear this for a second. Okay, that's what's up. It's a thermostat. The only option is cold. The heck is this? Is that Snoopy? It's a holiday treat catcher, you know? Anyone can tell me it's oh my god. Anyone can tell me it's normal to have one? Nobody? Stop in before it's too late. Dude, I never know what y'all are talking about sometimes. Stop in before it's too late. Are you talking about Polo saying he's going to kill me? You want me to ban him? Polo, you're banned. He said, "In gonna kill you." Oh yeah. Start until it's too soon. So this is the snack tray. Why, Noel? Why did you slice the cheese into hearts? I don't remember if you eat the wooden stick things. That's what's up. That's what's up. Dude, this chapter's awesome. Can I just say that without even having played the chapter? Stream delay is smaller now. Whoa. I deserve mod for this. Dude, neither of you deserve mod. How about that? No one deserves mod. Who are my mods? Can I see that? How do I find that? I want to see all my mods real quick. I do. Me mod. Go back to chat. Do I have to go to my dashboard? Yeah. Community. Roles manager. Yes. Okay, here. These are all my moderators. Dude, these are old people. Like, I remember this person. I remember this person legit. 5 years ago, I made them mod because they watched my stream once. This Twitch chat is the new ALMAO splinter. Same mods and everything. We don't talk about that area. This area? The mod area? Sorry, wait, I still don't know what you're talking about. This Twitch chat is the new ALMAO splinter. Quite fond of disco? Hey, that's you. Oh, whoa, what's this? I don't know any of these other people. I only know this person. Which is funny, because they're the first person I gave mod. I'm talking to Bush. Shut up, PTG. This isn't about you. Okay. Galgoya. Okay, I'm lucky about to make all of these people not mod. Streamlabs, I guess. The vegan skeptic? I feel like I know this person. Is this who I think it is? I don't know. I don't think so. I guess not. Well, because they have a Pepe profile picture, they're getting demoted. Oh, whoa, what's this? Do I know you? Click on my Twitch. Oh, I don't trust that. Sure. Stream manager. You know what? No, I trust you, Polo. Peter Griffin. I can't see it. Sorry, Polo, I can't see your banner if that's what you wanted me to see. F11. Coolio. Videos. Do you want me to see your clips? Nope. About Polonium Prism streams. Psychonauts 2. Hey, that's cool. Peter Griffin. Wait, PT Griffin? Peter Griffin? Wait, you're actually right. PTG. Riffin. Like riffin. What? Whoa. PTG Riffin King Riffin. Elvis was the king. Don't mind that. I hate how that keeps opening. Can I just... Okay, hold on. I'm gonna save this for later. Very true. Hey, Lois. Save to watch later. And get rid of it for now. That's my channel. Okay, y'all can see now. Roles. This is hell of a boss. I was watching someone react to it. Someone that I like started reacting to it. I don't know you. I don't know any of these people, but I'm gonna keep most of them. Cause what if one day they just show up again? That'd be a really funny occurrence. I would really like that. I hope someone does that. Whoa. Okay, time to get off of here. I don't think either of you have heard this still, unless y'all went back on the other streams. This is my start music. Look, for immersion. That's what the beginning of my streams are like. For like 3 minutes, and then I start talking. Fun fact. I wasn't here early enough to hear it, but that's cool. Yup. Castle of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse OST. Alright, I need to play Deltarune. Home Simpson, Merge Simpson, Loser Simpson, Barn Simpson, and Maggot. From The Simpson. Okay, should we get started? Oh, yeah, sure. Hey, I didn't get to explore any. So what are your projects about? Oh, well, sorry, phone call. I'll be just a sec. Hi, Birdly. What's up? Huh. Sure. Of course I'm alone. Sure. I bet I do look quite not even gonna try. If it's about the notes, I already highlighted them for you, so... What? You want me to go on a date to the festival? With you? I mean, sure. I'd be glad to. Be your player too. Whoa. Dude. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. She's not going to the festive with you, dingus. Bush, why are you Toby Fox? What are you talking about? What are you even saying? What are you even saying, Polo? Must be a glitch in the system. Guys, Toby Fox just messaged me. Why is Toby Fox from North Korea? That's where he always been. That's just like his thing. Right now, I need So Susie. Let's play the game. Look, you, dude. I don't like the fact that there's no music. That just made this a lot worse. Look, you don't really gotta go with them, all right? Some people aren't gonna get it till you scream. No. Did you forget that or something? Wait, I gotta get back in character. It's time to play the game. Hey, that's exactly. CCK night. I'm not okay. You know what? Or CC night. Whoops. Dude, thank you, Polo. I forgot. I'm supposed to be playing deltarune. Hold on, I gotta see something. Wait, no, what am I doing? I was about to show. Where is it? Castle Crashers. I still need to play this. Hey, that's the person who was on stream with me earlier. Okay, anyway, here's deltarune. Yeah, you're right. Why did Burley just ask Noelle out? Did Burley not totally just say that, or did Burley not just say in chapter 2 that he had a crush on Susie and then Noelle choked him? Was that not? Was that fanon? Was that fake? Was that a glitch in the system? I shouldn't be afraid to tell Burley how I really feel. Ugh. Next time I should be honest. Next time I should shake his neck and scream at him. Hey, just like that. That's what she did in chapter 2. Where did you throw my phone anyway? Chris, I'll keep her busy. You go look for clues. Okay, that's what's up. It's Noah's phone. You can still hear a voice on the other end. Answer it? Yes. You can still hear Burley distantly talking to himself. Oh, sweet rotisserie Santa, the nightmare is become real. Susie, hurting Noelle just to... Wait, what is he talking about? Hey, it's me, Toby Fox from Undertale. I need your mother's credit card information, the expiry date. You're not very official. I don't trust you. Also, you're on your phone. Toby Fox wouldn't be on his phone. Y'all hear that? Oh my god, that actually, like, that's heavenly. Thanks, Toby Fox, for making Undertale. I am Toby Fox alt. Secret burner phone. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Toby Fox actually needs your credit card, so give it to him, please. If you say if you say so. Here, wait. Just to censor it from the stream. I'm entering my digits right now. I just need to do it really long. If you can't see it, then you need to download the source pack, or the source. And if you can't see it, that's your problem. I just encrypted it and sent my data to... Do I still have a ponytail? Oh, that's what that was. I forgot that I tied my hair up like way earlier. I tied my hair into a ponytail earlier, and I thought I had a knot in my hair. I was trying to take it out. What was that? Wait, I want to put that back. It actually felt quite nice. Okay, you try to scam me? I swat you now. I swat you with evil Rouse deltarune. Oh no, my stuff is getting messed up. Dude, what's going on? Okay. Where's deltarune? Dude, where did my thing go? Hello, I am Tony Fox. Tony? Toby's secret twin brother. Dude, y'all, I just forgot I still have a dog in my room. That actually kind of scared me. Hey, Dingo. Come here. Yo, I have a dog in my room. This is awesome. Oh, he's so cute. I am Timmy Fox. Yo, I got the whole Fox branch line texting me. This is awesome. This is amazing. Hey, thanks 2025. Family reunion. Is that insinuating that I am a lost relative of Toby? Yo. Give me that. No, you just had it. Dingo. What's in your hand? Bro, what is going on? You know we're gonna swat you. What the freak? What the frinky? Guys, I don't know what's going on. Like, I lost everything. Wait, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just saying things now. No, Dingo. I found it. I found my hair tie. I don't know why I'm saying guys like I'm actually talking to a chat. I'm just talking to you two. But it's cool. Bring back swatting. Quote by Timmy Fox. I'm glad that your quote is on stream so that it doesn't look bad for me. Guys, don't clip that. Okay guys, time to play Deltarune. Remember? That's what we're supposed to be doing. Who's that hot guy Steam profile? That's Timmy Fox. Humana. What are you talking about? The Pokemon Bear Growl? I forgot what the name is. Sorry, Polo. Susie, hurting Noelle just to stop me from going with her. She's gone yandere for me. Oh heavens to yikes! Where's my Dragon Blaber's barf bag? I'm blocking you, dude. Frick you, dude. I forgot the name. It was like Bear something. Denied, sadly. But now that I think about it, she must be very lonely. A poor girl with no one to show her exclusive tips and tricks. Hello? Are you still there? Listen, it disgusts me to say this, but as an act of charity, I will let you be the breeze under my wings. You, me, festival. Chris, you scoundrel. Eavesdropping on my sweet cartilaginous inner thoughts. You probably know what that means, Bush. I'm stereotyping you now. Go ahead and taunt, Chris. I'm the one Noelle and Susie are falling like dominoes for. And you know what dominoes means, Chris? Racist? That's not what stereotype means. PTF? Yeah, blame my PTF brother. You are next. PDF the racist. Whoa, that's 2 crazy accusations. Click. Dude, I'm gonna buy the CD for... Sorry guys, I'm doing this again. Get a job, loser. Hey, buddy. Bro, bro, bro. Bro, bro. Dude, I love this song. Dude, I'm gonna buy this CD so hard, and I'm gonna listen to it every night, just like I did 1 and 2, because they're just the best, like, CDs to genuinely just fall asleep to. When did you... Murray Chrysler. Dude, I am clearly not reading enough of your messages. I'm gonna blow up your CDs. I have a big old collection. I have a bigger... I see you're starting up your collection. Like, you have, like, 12? I don't know. That's a guess. But you sent me a picture. Wow, Rev will be mad. Why is Rev gonna be mad? Boom, boom, boom. 20? I'll send a picture of my collection soon enough. Blowing up his friend. CD. Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one. That was a zinger for the wall of zinger dingers. Good one, Bush. It's a heart or human-shaped pillow, depending on your opinion. It's locked. Did you enjoy the game, Polo? Hey, yeah, you finished this game, Polo. How did you enjoy the game? I did not enjoy the game. You better get out of my chat. You're banned. You're banned. Evil game. Yo, I've seen this. Never mind. JK, I'm still stuck on the chapter 4 boss. Dude, I'm gonna beat it on stream in front of you. The fridge is packed with festive goods and a jar of pickles. I want a pickle right now. The sink is sparkling clean. New stovetop. Ancient katana. Oh, that's what's up. In the cupboard are cutters for gingerbread monsters. On Steam, I'll straight up kill you. That's a threat. Yo, I'm gonna swat you. Automod not doing his job? It's really not. It only gets the obvious stuff. Yo, can I not go in here? What is this? Automod is very mean. Yeah, look, it censored you. Wait, where is it? Oh no, it did. It did do its job. We just didn't see it. Aggression. Your message is being held for aggression. You can... I'll allow that. I'm gonna kill you. Coolio. Coolio. Can I not go in here? Oh. Aggression. It's a fridge containing lots of greens and bottled water. Whoa. A great hiding place, although it smells like detergent and deer. It's Noel's homework desk. He took a pencil out of habit. Okay. It's Noel's homework desk. I should not read her homework. It's Noel's computer. The cycling wallpaper is a motion blurred photo of you as a kid. Oh. Oh wait. Des holding a cracked baseball bat. Des holding a cracked baseball bat. Some green dog puppet thing. I don't know. A picture of a far-off snowy city. Ooh. Noel and Des at the pageant as kids. Whoa! Is that it? Family looking festive? I get it. Noah's family in the snow. I saw it once and they showed me it 3 times. It's a state-of-the-art high-definition TV with old game consoles under it. It's a Christmas cactus. Keep going, you're gonna get a secret line soon. You know, I'm actually gonna do it because you said that. It's a Christmas tree. You remember it's named Christmas. Ooh! Don't. Noel's family edited to be elves. That's the secret message. You were right, Polo. I just want an excuse to hear this song. It's Noel's bed. There's ample space to hide underneath. Oh, because of the thing? Y'all get it? It's a couch for watching the TV. Dude, I want a couch in my room. This is awesome. You smiled. Do you get it? Do you get it, Bush? You get like what the thing? Or it was like, and that wasn't nice to hide under the bed. Humans under the bed. You get it. Yeah. I just like the emoji. Fair enough. A clothes wardrobe. Yeah, you sent a bunch of those. A clothes wardrobe. A pair of small angel wings are inside. Worn out and tattered. I'm out of here. Yo, what do I do? You're right. Yeah, I hate Twitch emotes. A lot of these. Yeah, I'll check this one out. Dude, this is the song, remember? This is really cool. Like, I should be really excited. Oh my god, we're singing Des Room, but I don't really care about Des too much. It's a CD player. Underneath are tons of punk rock CDs. And one still sealed ska CD. Hey, ska, is that ska discipline? What's the word? Is that ska disrespect? I love ska. That's true. That's a true fact about me. I love ska. PG, I've been following you since January. I think I deserved mod. Bush following you since today. Fake fan. No, you haven't. Oh, you have. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I almost called you a liar. You've been following for a while. Ska Cawthon. That's a good one. That's not a zinger for the wall of zinger dingers, but I like that one. Sorry, I had to put a bubble in my mouth. But I have a few ska CDs actually. The Mighty Mighty Boss Tones. I have like. I think I have 2. I think I have 2 Mighty Mighty Boss Tones. Oh, I also have. I count as a ska band. What is it? Shoot, I forget the name. It's not my CD. I'm borrowing it. I'm gonna grab it real quick. Oh, Tragic Kingdom by No Doubt. Right. I did not have to get up, thank God. I don't think I have any other ska. Oh, but I do want to get Skankin' Pickle. That's an album I really like. Skankin' Pickle's Green album. some really good songs on there. That's a niche one too. That's a niche ska band. I'm actually niche AF. It's a shelf. In the front are all the holiday-themed games and movies. And at the back are all the scary games you never got to play. Rollerblades. Wiffle bat. Looking at these things makes your head hurt. Ever heard of shimming and shamanala mala? I'm niche band. You know what is a niche band? I could name so many niche bands. You wouldn't know what to do. You wouldn't know what to do with yourself. It's Dessa's bed. Underneath are army rations, guitar picks, paintball gear, ice skates, and a badly traced drawing of a dragon. That's what's up. It's an oversized walk-in closet. It's covered in band posters and some handmade posters for shows that may or may not have ever happened. Oh, that's what's up. It's a red guitar. There's a code taped to the inside. It says shelter. Sorry, that like kind of did something to me. You began to read the numbers in the passcode. See, Ricardo, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What? What? It's big. It's big now. Oh, snap. There's a spotlight. Oh, snap. What? We're doing all this just to get out anyway? Like, what are we doing? What is this room? Can I get out? Yes, I can. Oh, this is like one of the y'all know those puzzles? Like the ones where you move the cars to reveal a path? This is like that. Chris forgot to wrap the present. Yeah. What a goofball. It's like he wanted me to get out. Unless... Hey, it's the song again. Oh my god, there's way too many paths. There's just another, yep. Oh, wait, no. Dark fountain. Next. Susie must not get guitar. Dude, what? What? Need soul. Without soul, Chris will. Susie, guitar, code, stop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Police. Sacrifice. Yeah, that scared me. Oh. Oh, snap. Oh, man. Oh, okay, I messed up. Dude, this is like Little Nightmares. Wow, 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 wow. Oh yeah, that game. Yeah, that was a fun game. I need to play that again, don't I? Boom, boom, wow, 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 wow. That's cool having night like the Christmas lights on your bed. That's awesome. Okay. Nothing here. No, no. I also need to play Little Nightmares 2. I literally own that. I just haven't played it yet. Nothing here. And I'm excited for Little Nightmares 3. Maybe I'll even play it without watching someone else play it first. That'll be exciting. Okay, I don't need to do all this. Doing all this for nothing. Oh wait, there's more paths. Never mind. And oxen free. You're right. Wait, no. There's a whole nother path. What? Dum-de-dum. Phew. Cleaning up sure works up an appetite. So he cleans up for the holidays. I wonder if the kitchen... Oh, I didn't read that. No, not now. I can't afford to take a break. I'm gonna play Oxenfree before Little Nightmares, though. That will be soon. That will be soon. Now, more than ever, I need to concentrate. To settle this once and for all. With Toriel? Is that what you're talking about? Sorry, I'm a little confused. I wasn't really paying attention. I've got to go look again. Yay. Yup. Okay. I just can't wait to see a reaction to the soundtrack and context and stuff. That's interesting. I forgot. Whoa. Which songs were the Oxenfree soundtrack? I'm not gonna lie. Because whichever ones I'm thinking of, I'm pretty sure are the, shoot, what's it called? One Shot. Because I remember all the One Shot ones. Also the Cryptozoologist. I still haven't heard that in Disco Elysium, like, in context. Which, that's a pretty interesting song, so I'm interested. I know y'all recognize this theme. Beacon... Wait, oh. Looks like it's just the two of us. Damn, kinda awkward without Chris here. Why do I wish Chris was here? Can I hear more? Oh! Dude, the lights. Did, like, the power go out? Ah, Chris. We know it's you doing one of your stupid pranks. Let's go fix the breaker. Oh, snap. Dude, they're gonna see my soul. They're gonna, and then it's gonna be like a... Oh, wait, sorry, I forgot to read your message. Beacon Beach, Clean Slate. Oh, yeah. Both of these. I don't know Cold Comfort. You probably played it a long time ago. Like, way long ago. I forgot the last time we were in a VC, just having music. Beacon Beach and, wait, let me check this. Go, yeah. Beacon Beach, Clean Slate. I'm not gonna play those. That's a bad idea. At least for Twitch and or YouTube. Been a while. It sure has. Been a while since I wasn't in a VC anyway. That's not true. Well, yeah, it is. I don't know why I said that though. That doesn't even make sense to say. Whoa. Oops, the tree. Sorry. Dad didn't clean the basement this year. Anyway, the breaker's down here somewhere. Wait. Oh, I'm choosing who to bump into. Oh my. Whoa. And they both ran off. Oh, snap. Dude, they're gonna kill me. Wait, that's not true. I could easily defeat these people. Not these people. You get it. Okay, ready to kill. I got a cane. You're gonna beat it to death with a cookie pen? No, I'm just going to... Can I move? Oh, no. Huh? Dude, you got guts. It's probably just like a mouse underneath it, right? It's nothing to be afraid of. Damn. Okay. Dude, how would they react to just seeing Chris's soul? Dude, wait a sec. Oops. Huh? Something else followed us from the basement. Huh? What? The severed hand? Susie, ha, you meanie? Gotcha. Susie did indeed actually get her, so, you know. Keep that in mind, everyone. Whoa! Okay, what do we do? Throw it out? Let's think about it first. If it's a mouse, it could be cute as a pet. Alright. And if it's a severed hand, I'll keep it as my pet. Wait, let me raise it too. Sure, we'll raise it together. Ho, ho, ho. It's funny. I was so nervous earlier. I've never actually hung out with you, you know? But so far, just kind of feels like I don't even know why I was nervous. Just feels like I already know you. Yeah, I feel the same. It's pretty cool. Dude, Chris is gonna walk in and ruin everything. Because I can't even control him. Oh, I guess. It's just strange. It feels like you're the same as in my dream. What was your dream about me like? What was your dream about me like? PTG hates Chris having autonomy. I hate Chris actually not being controlled by the player and striving for freedom. Except Chris is a bad... Wait, sorry, I don't know what that means. I have to look that up too. Dude, I feel really stupid looking up all these words, man. I usually have a good vocab. I used to have a good vocab. Back in A's, that was like my whole shtick. Except that was stupid. I was pretty dumb in A's. Like anytime I see a screenshot of me saying something, I was like, what? I wouldn't say that nowadays. The right or condition of self-government. Yeah, no, I hate that. I hate Chris getting to have his own life and not being controlled by the player. Which is basically the plot point of Deltarune, isn't it? Like, I feel like that's kind of what they're leaning towards, right? With all the secret bosses being about freedom and all the chapter 3 stuff. You get it. You get it. Huh? Oh, I think I have to go find my old hamster cage. Hey, wait, I want to hear about your dream. Don't move a gosh darn inch. Sorry, guys, I can't swear. It's not allowed. Dude, this is way more than an inch. Oh. Oh, yeah. Can I go in here? Oh my god. Coolio. What? He just shot me. Yo, wait, that's actually freaky? You gots to be kidding me. What? Did you hear that? It sounded like a guitar. Huh? It's probably just Chris, like the other stuff. Oh hell, dude. It's gone. The angel fell over. That thing could be anywhere. It had to have been coming from, in here, but... Hey, let's go. Oh, snap. Dude, he actually just shot me. There's a shot hole. What's it called? A gun hole? A bullet hole. There's a bullet hole in the floor. It's quiet. Yeah, well, he's probably scared of us. Susie? Touching that isn't... Let's just chill out. If it's gonna come out, we'll hear it. Oh, we're gonna get some death lore, aren't we? It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome. Yeah, you're right. Well, no, it's there if it makes noise. So I'm not allowed to make noise now? Oh, snap. He's following me. So we were all riding... Oh, wait. Roller coasters. And you, Chris, and this boy was there. Ah, I know who that boy is. Chris's costume was kind of... I mean... He had a little thing on it. Was my coaster cool? Oh my god. Let me get in the present. Oh my god. Honestly, the boy was strange though. He looked a little like Azrael. How are they not hearing Chris fight for his life? Dude, who's the bad guy here? Because, oh my god. I mean, he does kind of look like Chris's mom. Y'all hearing this? No? Oh, if I go in here. Are they not hearing him swinging his hockey stick and striking me? I ended up being in a large city with Chris. How is he stopping that? So he can see me. Chris just acted not like their normal self. They acted just like they do recently, I guess. Ooh, snap. This is... Huh? Chris seems normal recently to me. Oh my god. So that's what I have to do. Almost like a game or something. What? What are they talking about? Bah, 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 bah. Oh, snap. Wait a sec. Dude, stop making so much gosh darn noise. You're supposed to be searching for clues, idiot. Hey, sorry about that. Susie? That guitar, you're... Huh? Should I, put it back? Well... No, it's... I think you should play it. Me? Sure. Sure, I can give it a shot. Let's, just go somewhere else, though. Okay. Okay. So what's up now? Where am I? Huh? Oh, he's on the phone. Susie. Guitar. It happened. I'll be right there. Oh, snap. It's the night, isn't it? Dude, that means Chris is evil. Can we just talk about that? Like, this is kind of nuts. I'm fighting for Chris to not live his normal life. Dude, that means the player is the hero trying... Why don't we just kill Chris, though? Wait, no, but then why is Chris stuffing the back heart into himself? Like, doesn't he not want that? Like, maybe he doesn't not want that. He just doesn't want I barely know the lore, to be honest. I mean, I'm learning lore. Like, this is supposed to be a lore chapter. I'm supposed to be learning from this. I just fell over. Dork. What? It's a CD player. Yeah. Holiday pencil. Cool. I thought Chris was like uncomfortable with having the player control him. Yeah, but every single time he always stuffs the heart back in. I guess he's... It's only under the knight's control. I don't even know if it's the knight. That's the thing now. Like, I don't know. Hey, just so you know, me and Chris were in a band. So don't be surprised if I'm pretty good. Oh! You played the drums, though. You don't even... Oops. That's probably what she's saying. Sure you want to hear this? Huh? Yeah, of course. I just always like listening to someone play. Okay. Check this out. Dude, I actually kind of kicked ass with that one. Can we get an encore? Just for my fans. Oh, I was right, see? Shut up. That was the remix. Man, today's been awesome. Not to be weird or anything. It's not weird at all. I really like hanging out with you too, Susie. Sweet. Maybe we could, like, I don't know, hang out again tomorrow or something. Unless you're busy. No, I'm not busy. It's just tomorrow's, well, it's the festival, Susie. Oh, yeah, Would you want to go together? Oh, snap. The lights. Oh, yes. Someone had turned them off. Your ex-husband. Hello, Mr. Dreamer. I don't mean to interrupt your schoolwork, but... Is that a snack tray? Yes. Feel free to have some. Don't mind if I do. Oh, yeah. You. Cleaning up sure does work up an appetite. Figured I'd get in a bite before your mother's home. Oh, well, there's no rush, you know? She has work. She's not gonna be home for hours. What do you mean? I just saw her outside the window. Mom is... Susie, I'm sorry. I think you should... Oh, snap. Character design reveal. Dude, I was literally just thinking about this. What is that noise? Hello, Carol. Hello, Carol. Whoops. You. Get your hands off that guitar. Hey, what's your... She didn't know. I was the one who gave her the guitar. I told her to play it. I wanted to hear it again, and she's not a bad person, Mom. Noelle. Kitchen. Now. Oh, snap. Hey, listen. Noel didn't do anything wrong. It's my fault. I took the guitar and... Leave. What? You are not welcome. Leave. And don't talk to my daughter again. Hey, I can... Susie, just go. Well, guess who's taking your daughter to the festival tomorrow, jerk? What kind of move was that? Okay. I'll be in the kitchen. Asgore, if you're going to eat the snack tray, do it outside. Yes, girl. Okay. I wonder how she feels about Chris. Dude, that's actually awesome. We get to see Noah's mom. No reason to enter. No reason to enter. Alright, I'm back in control. I'm back in control of this evil character. What the heck? Huh. No reason to enter. No reason to enter. Right. The fridge containing lots of greens and bottled water. Wait. Exit. What's that phone call about though? Dude. I think it's the night, but I also don't think it's the night because Toby loves to play with your expectations. You know what? I'm gonna make a guess. That was W.D. Gaster. Yep. Calling it now. And you know what? Let's call it here. W.D. Gaster is the night. Okay. The tree that would potentially fall down if you climbed it. Okay. I say that too much. Okay. It's kind of annoying. Holy crap. Oh, okay. I triggered a cutscene. Yo, I hate that. Stop doing that. Oh. I actually get to see. You felt something like ice on your shoulder. My apologies about just now, Chris. As you know, you are welcome here anytime. You is red. What in the world? Yo, this is actually kind of freaky. See, Asgore is just a lovable guy. Like, what did he ever do wrong? He was kicked off of the police force, and I'm guessing he did something that made him, like, bankrupt. Everyone keeps talking about him as if he was dead broke, or as if he did some terrible thing, and so he started a flower shop. And we still don't know anything about that. Also, what'd you say? I don't think I saw. Holy crap. Right. Well, that was awkward. That was awkward. That was up with her mom. Everything was going great until she stepped in. Then the room dropped like 5 degrees. The code, Chris. We forgot about the code. Damn, it's all her fault. There. Don't worry too hard about things. Kara's lovely once you get to know her. Yeah, I bet. So what are you two up to now? We were probably gonna go back to Chris's house. Ah, I see. Home is where the heart is. May I offer either of you two a cheesed cracker? You know what? Sure. That's what's up. Dude, see, this is why player Chris is just easily better. Like, evil Chris. I don't prefer evil Chris. I like goofy Chris. I like fun Chris. It makes me happy. Delicious, aren't they, Chris? Yeah, actually. Thanks. Ta-ta for now. Have a great day, Chris. Okay. See, I just said it. Did you need something, Chris? Yeah, but isn't Snowgrove Chris eviler? No, that's player being evil. I don't think that actually has... Actually, no. I have no idea. I legit don't understand anymore. Because, like... Chris is, like, also good sometimes. Like, sometimes if you pick an evil option, it happens, like, twice, I think. Or no, that's Frisk. That's Undertale. I think Chris also does it, though. Like, if you pick an evil option, Chris just won't do it. No. And also, in Chapter 3 on the secret route, whenever you're playing as video game Chris and you attack Susie, Chris will save Susie. Chris will pull Susie out of the way, which is just like a secret dialogue option. It's not, like, lore-wise. It's just, it is interesting. Like, I don't even understand, dude. Who's evil? Am I evil? Am I the player evil? Is Snowgrave Chris evil? Who's evil? Who's the knight? Yo, I don't get this anymore. Are you okay? Oh, better than ever. The festival tomorrow. I'm expecting record sales for my flowers. Well, I literally don't know. Dude, I thought I knew, but I really don't know, I guess. I thought I knew. I haven't followed up with the lore since the first chapter came out. I try, but it's just... I'm gonna have to wait for chapter 7. Chapter 7's gonna be the deal breaker, isn't it? Dude, chapter 7 coming out is gonna be like... That's gonna be like the saddest day ever. That's when deltarune ends, probably. Unless he comes out with a secret chapter 8 and blows us all away. Yo, I'm predicting it now. It's gonna be awesome. Then it's gonna be the best day ever. Hold on, I'm retying my hair. Hello down there. Excuse me? I say hello down there. I'm up here, buddy. I'm on a big old pedestal. Canonically, that's the PTG canon. Every time I stream, I'm like 20 feet high. Y'all are watching from 20 feet below. That's the canon. No more. Excuse me? Oh yeah, you said you were gonna leave for a little bit. I forgot. Well, you just missed the most important cutscene, but it's okay because you already saw it, so I don't know what I'm talking about. With a bit of extra cash, I'll be back on my feet, ready to serve my own snack platter for you and Azzy. Love played. Excuse me? There might even be some leftovers for your mother. Whatever you say, pal. Outfit. Yeah. Oh, yes. Kat and I have been working together. She's been funding my flower store, and in exchange... You know, it's funny. Gardening was always my hobby. Never my job, so selling what I grow has been tough. Flowers are for people you love. Giving them away just feels natural, doesn't it? Nothing. Have a good one, Chris. Bat loser. No. I love Asgore. Asgore is my guy. Don't you dare. Asgore is my guy. Come on now. Whatever he did to make everyone hate him. Dude, we can't go back in there now. Her mom is totally watching us through the window. Hey Chris. I didn't want to say it near your dad, but I saw it. The clown. No, but I saw it. The clown. I saw it. In the guitar, there was a code for the shelter. Didn't get to write it down, but damn it, we were so close to something. Guess we just gotta try again tomorrow. What? Try again tomorrow? Oh my god. I know that the chapter's gonna keep going, but like, what kind of... What? Okay, you know what? Never mind. What am I talking about? I'm acting as if the chapter is ending now. But I still gotta... I'm not even gonna be able to finish this tonight. I'm probably gonna end it soon. Sadly. This was a whole 6 hours of straight nothing. Ashore killed every pony. Do you mean killed every pony as in everybody, or do you mean every pony as in like every pony? Either way, that's a good statement. Every pony. Every pony. I think I was thinking about that earlier, like switching everybody for different statements. You should use these 6 hours to get a job. Yo. Shut up, punk. I'll get a job. I'm gonna get a car and I'm gonna drive far away. I'm gonna drive far from here. Y'all are never gonna see me again. I'm gonna go to let me think. Dag Nabbit Polo. PTG the bum? Heck no, I'm gonna get an RV. I'm gonna get an RV and I'm gonna put all my stuff in it and I'm gonna go to Dag Nabbit Polo, because y'all are never gonna see me. I'm gonna get an RV, I'm gonna put everything in it. I'm gonna go to Albuquerque. And then I'm gonna go to Utah, right next to it, and then I'm gonna go to Seattle. We'll go to Seattle, and then I'm going to Canada. And then Who knows where these winds will take me. Why is their gate messed up? It's not even right. It's a diagonal. Can I beat deltarune boss tonight? Don't. I want to beat it before you, please. Oh, what the hell do we do now? Oh no, it's raining. Great. Now it's raining. At least your house is close. Let's go. Do you believe in me? I believe in you, but it says here it's closed, but the lights are on inside. I know, because he like lives in here, basically. It's quiet inside. Peek in. Zigzag rug. Flat screen TV. Regular looking kitchen. It's a bit messy, but nothing special. Yeah, that was weird. I just looked in someone's house. What am I doing? The milk is getting diluted. Milk. You can see it going from 2% to 1%. Neat. No, I believe in you, Polo. It's just, I don't want to. I don't want you to do it. Because if I get to do it before you, I get to rub it in. And I get to be like, I did it before you. So that's why you need to stop trying. Oh. I'll cry. Oh, I'm sorry. Ah, little buddy. Bet you're wondering about that date. She never showed up. How could I be so naive, little buddy? A hot pizza babe like her falling for me? What a joke. It's just that her text seems so real. And the way she talked, it was honestly really cute. And today, it suddenly even got cuter somehow. I'll always just be a joke, won't I, little buddy? People even call me Pizza Pants instead of my real name. Text. Sorry I couldn't find you. I left a bag of homemade cookies near the pizza place. Story of PTG's life. How dare you? You know, I'm gonna cry. How about that? Here I come, Pizzarina. How about I cry? How would you feel I started crying live right now, Polo? It's real. Cookies. And they look like me. Little buddy. You know what this means? She's real. Wait a second. There's a message in the cookie bag. It says, she wants to meet me at the festival tomorrow. Ah, damn, little buddy. I did it. Wait for me, Pizzarina. See, he even has a happy ending. How dare you? Somehow, it's even more sanitary. It's probably not going to be a happy ending, but as long as he's happy. Oh, customer. Sorry. Would love to make you some ice cream, but we're closed. Dude, he's sending the text. I know it. That's just my theory, though. Oh, it's full. This is a good point to stop, but I'm not going to. How about that? Ooh, I should go back to the school. Yeah, that's a bad idea, but why not? I have time now. Closed temporarily due to wet noses, or weather. What? Sorry, I didn't get that one. Temporary hold on new patients due to rain-induced colds. It's closed. Splash, splash. Rain is the best weather for puddles. I'm splashing out. I'm just a kid and don't know all the weathers, but I'm splashing out. Dude, that's what's up. Oh. Guess if it's raining, we could wait out in here till your mom finishes choir practice. Go home, Chris. Dude, I thought that's where I was supposed to go. I better not have just started a game cutscene. Like, is this gonna make me continue automatically? They keep doing that. You know, long as us being in there doesn't ruin anything. Oh my god. You'll, get her, right? Oh, snap. It's time to play the game. Yes, finally. Polo, am I still at the beginning? Is this the beginning of the game, or am I, like, actually, like, 25% through? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. You know what? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I know you're already typing it. Yup. Wait, what does yup mean? Do tell me, actually. Do tell me. Beginning. That's what's up. Dude, that just means I'm saving the game for tomorrow. That's what that means. Chris? Hey, Chris? I don't think they're having choir practice. So what does this mean? Like, I thought, okay, this makes things so confusing. Polo, you probably know. You're probably gonna know some things that I'm gonna be asking right now, and you better not say a thing. You just launched deltarune. You better get off of that. Get off of that. Turn that game off. Hey, Polo started playing deltarune. Why did I get it twice? Cool. Discord. What's it called? I forgot what I was saying. Dude, Chris was the one making the fountains. I thought he was the knight. He was totally the knight. He was the one making fountains. That means there's more than one knight. This is a league. This is like the League of Bad Guys from Goosebumps Mutant Monsters. Can we play that? I'm gonna play that real fast. I'm gonna stop here. That gosh darn knight making one right where everyone can see. Chris, just think logically, right? There's no way they can get out of there without us seeing them. If we just wait here, we'd be able to catch them leaving, right? Oh, the knight. Damn it, you're right. If we spend all day waiting around, we have no idea what they might do or... Alright, Chris, let's go. The details, we'll figure them out later. Come on. And that's where we stop. But not quite, because I'm going to wait. I want to see the first part. We're going to play a game before we end stream. Another game that I just want to show y'all. I was playing it before stream, actually. Whoa, this looks cool. What's with this place? Kind of gives me the creeps. Let's go. Let's turn this corner. See what's here. And that's where we stop. No comment? Oh, okay. Cool. Cool. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. About that game. Transition. Okay, good. I had to leave just now. Oh, wait, what's good? Are you leaving now? Do you mean you're leaving now, or do you mean you're back now and you just left? I never understand. I'm really bad at this. Ghost Runner, I forgot. I just downloaded Ghost Runner. I'm gonna play that soon. Yeah, I'm going now. Oh, what a shame. Okay, fair enough. Take care. Here, wait. Well, Polly, you're gonna get to see the bonus game. My favorite bonus game. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, I'm probably gonna stream tomorrow. You don't have to come for every stream, but heck yeah, man. That's what's up. Now you know what I sound like. And, well, you already knew what I sounded like because of that one game. Bones game? You can't see what I'm doing, right? Bones game. Oh, right. I'm looking for the pirate games playlist. Alright, check this out, Polo. R.L. Stein, Goosebumps, Attack of the Mutant. This is what we're gonna play until the end. I have 20 minutes before I should end the stream as a schedule. Yeah, dude. Dude, this game's awesome. Don't even. Did I turn it down? I should turn it down a little more. No, that's fine. Wait, no, let me turn that down a little bit. This game's kind of loud. Okay, that's fine. Let me know if it's at a fine volume. And Blue Sky Software. Oh yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, can I skip this? Thank you. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to see the cutscene. Can I resume? There we go. Oh, heck yeah, man. Oh, you can see it, right? Yeah, of course you can. Just had to make sure. Ugh.
Hey, hold on. Easy. I'm not gonna hurt you. Listen, we're here to stop the mutant. I'm from the League of Good Guys. My name is Dinah, and we sure could use your help. I figure you're a real threat to the mutant because he doesn't know anything about you. He hates that, you know, being a control freak and all. We suspect he's trying to take over the world. Your world.
Yeah, she's really close to me.
But we'll definitely need your help. Come on.
I didn't finish this cutscene before I skipped it. Right. Polo, you need to send a message. Oh, ew. Oh, I probably can't see your messages mid-game. It's very small. Oh, I can't see your messages whenever I'm in. It's very small. Wait, what do you mean? Should I check stream real quick? Stream manager. Maybe it doesn't look right. Oh, it is. Okay, that's bad. I don't know. Maybe I can. I have an idea. I think I did this before, way back when. Maybe if I just do this. Let's try that out. Kevin Smith is also in the way. How does that look? That didn't work. What if I do it more? I remember I did this as a solution. I think I was playing some Valve game and it worked. Nope, that does not work. Okay, how fun. Never mind. I guess it's called off. Let's find something else to do for the last 17 minutes. Because I'm going to be cutting right on schedule. I'm a schedulistic guy. Not really. Not at all. I don't know why I said that. Oh, it wasn't even changing. Oh my god. Why am I such a fool, bro? What am I doing? Oh, shoot. You seeing this? Alright, how does that look? That works. That totally works. Alright, we're gonna do that. Okay, I fixed it. Okay, yeah, the controls are very weird on this game. Whoa! Oh my god. Yo, check this out. How do I get to the next part? I forgot. I have to leave if I want to see your messages too. I have to exit out of the game every time. Because it sucks. Check this out.
All right, listen up. An unknown intruder from the outside world has slipped inside our headquarters, and he or she apprehended at once.
I don't get it, mutant. Is this outsider working with the League of Good Guys?
Who cares? Those buffoons are the least of our worries. We know their powers and their weaknesses.
We also know they ain't no match for us.
But this stranger
Could be capable of almost anything.
What are these Dragon Ball Z designs?
this much I'm sure.
Like, they are all. This is not Goosebumps by any means.
You must find and destroy the intruder before he has a chance to escape.
This is just some random game branded as Goosebumps.
Except you, magnificent molecule. You and I need to talk. Care to tell me what you've done with Chinchilla?
First, you tell me why you've made her your second in command. You know, I'm far more brutal and ruthless than she is.
But she proved to be more deserving than you. She never questioned me, only obeyed.
My devotion to you was total.
Oh my god.
Now,
Perhaps that's for you to find out.
bring me the human intruder, and you will replace Chinchilla.
Do I have your word?
Do I have your loyalty?
Only time will tell.
Okay, that's what's up. Dude, I'm deltarune, and genuinely the chapter 4 boss is really hard. It better be. I'm excited. I'm excited. Dude, you're not going to be able to play chapter 4 or chapter 5 if you don't beat it. Where is he? Oh, yeah. Oh, snap.
Get that kid!
Oh my god, you're still scary. Okay.
Get that kid!
He just stops if I... Whoa! Okay. Oh, right, I can't do anything in here, can I? Right. I played a little bit, like I said, I played some of this before stream with Ricardo. That was a pretty good time. Wait, so where do I go? Was there another door? I think there was. Oh, yeah, here. I love this, it's awesome. Alright, where's the guy at? Oh snap.
That doesn't hurt me. That doesn't hurt me.
That doesn't hurt me. Let us in. Alright, how do I get these weapons? Because there's a few on the wall here. But I can't use any of them. Maybe I can get through here. There's like a way to jump, right? No, that's how I move. I don't know how to jump, man. Hopefully. It just does too much damage. Like it's awful. Dude, maybe you just need some awesome gear. Oh yeah, you can look up and down. Stupid. Stupid, man. Oh, Yeah, I can control the game like this, I forgot. I can control it with the number pad. How do you jump? Settings. Controls. Look, jump. What is that? Button 2? What does that even mean? Alt? What is RET? Ret? Space, Alt, Control, page up, insert, and ret. What button is that? Is that... No. Maybe it's... Enter? How do I go back? No, that's how I look up. What? Yo. That doesn't hurt me. Oh my god, I could go through here the whole time. Yeah, no, I stopped there last time before the stream, so this is all new to me. Just had to check. Oh. Can I hit you? Oh, there we go. I don't have my hammer anymore. What is this? Whoa. Okay, I just went through space and time. Wait, I'm back here? Oh my god, I don't want to be here. You're kidding me. Wait, I didn't go through this elevator. Oh, new level. Control. Can I mess with it? Ooh. Whoa. Oh, I messed up. I messed up. Someone's gonna show up. I beat it. I beat it up. Is there more? Do I have to kill more bad people? What's going on? Oh. Fixed it. Comlink, go. This sounds like the Incredible soundtrack. And Portal. What am I supposed to be getting from this? Total conversion.
This just in. The mysterious green beam has just leveled Washington, D.C.
Whoa! Is that all I came in here for? Can't really do anything else in here, can I? Unless I can break everything, but nope. Yeah, this is awesome. Okay. I guess I'm out of here then. Dead end? Yeah, right. Oh man, it is a dead end. What kind of dead end is that? Pinky Flamingo. What? Whoa. Whoa! He's scary.
Ooh, what's the matter? Suddenly getting that sinking feeling?
What am I drowning in? Quicksand.
This is slow sand. Twice as torturous. Same eventual end result. We might as well toast your untimely end, kid.
Slow sand? That sounds stupid. Doesn't even sound cool. I gotta get something. I gotta get something fast. Grab the rat. Grab it, grab it, grab it. Yo, I have nothing. Oh! How do I stop crouching? Okay. Yo, wait, but why is that character actually pretty cool? I quite like them, actually. I'm actually a fan now. Ow. Yo, wait, this soundtrack is crazy. Yo, the rat is pushing me. The rat is pushing me. F the C4 boss. F. I hate the C4 boss. Generally dog shart. I hate you, Toby Fox. Hey, you don't mean that. Hey, you don't mean that. Don't say that. You don't mean that. Allow. Employee of the month. Who is Chinchilla? Can't go back. Ooh. Yo, I'm not even defeating these people. I'm just encountering them, and that's all I have to do. Cool. I like it. You know what? I mess with it. I don't have any weapons. I can't do anything. Oh. Yo, he's punching me. Whoa. Hard. I'm stuck. Wait, I'm back here. I need to get out of here. Get that kid. Is this place new? I think so. That's how I jump. Cool. Printing room. Oh. What are they printing? Masked Mutant. Return of the Masked Mutant. Are they printing comic books? Is that what I have? Key. Ooh, what can I open with this? This is interesting. Oh my god. Oh my god. I already defeated you before. You're done for, buddy. Oh wait, I don't have the proper weapon. Oh wait, I'm done for. Get out. Oh! I'm stuck. Yo, I don't have a hammer. I low-key can't do anything. Can I run? Where do I go? Ooh, I have to go here. Oh yeah. Never mind, I just died. 5 miles of bad road. That's what you're on. Keep slugging, friend. You'll make it. Is that a good guy? No, I actually freaked this game. Oh, man. What a shame. Dude, that's what I was saying when I was fighting the knight. And to be fair, I didn't beat the knight until I went on Snowgrave, but I did beat the knight. That is a fact. I really did. I powered through like 3 days of fighting the knight, and then I actually did it. It was actually more like 2. 2, maybe 3. You can kind of count the third one. I'm gonna end stream because it's both 2, and I'm not really trying to do this game right now. Save. Save. Oh yeah. Alright, let's fix this. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm done. I don't really got nothing to do. Just, that's it. Should I no, I don't need one. I was gonna say, like, maybe I should get an end of stream screen. Like, maybe I should make one. There's not much point, is there? Should I play some music for the end? Studio mode. Stream starting. Let's see what music I can get. Oh! I know what music to get. Where is it? Oh, yeah. Wait, you weren't here for this, Polo, so you don't even know what I'm talking about. I was playing this at the beginning of the stream. Boom, 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 boom. Ba-da, boom, boom, boom. Oof. That was a good stream. That was a bad stream, actually. What am I talking about? I didn't get anywhere. I had a lot of fun, though, so I guess that makes it a good stream. Yeah, I don't really got nothing to say. I got nothing to do. What up, Polo? Are you still there? You're still technically in chat. I just don't know if you're listening right now. Turn this down a little bit. This is just ending music. I hate Deltarune. Oh man, I love Deltarune. You should love Deltarune too. I love Deltarune. Hey, he's Bush Kazakh. It was really Bush Kazakh behind it all. Toby Fox, mercenary, emotionless. Sorry, I'm like looking through his account on stream. What am I doing? Yeah, good stream. I've died at the same point again. Holy fuck. Dude, I totally feel you. That's what I was saying. I got really mad. Not last night. Oh, wait, no, it was last night. Wait, no, it wasn't. What day is it? Oh. Dang. 2 days ago. And I have no weapons because I sold them all. Dude, that's what I did. That's the same thing with the knight. Because I was on my normal route. Because I was supposed to spare everyone. Dog shit game. 0 out of 10. I hate you, Toby Fox. I think I was also saying the same stuff, though. Like, the same things you're saying. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good stream. I wonder if tomorrow, if I'm gonna get Ricardo. Okay, I'm gone. Okay. I'll message you on Discord after this, probably. You know, whether you respond or not, whatever. I'll probably message anyway. Doesn't matter. I'll do it anyway. You know I will. Bleh. Peace, Polo. Peace, stream. That was a good stream. I'm out. Hi, YouTube. No one's listening. Unless I get really popular one day and people go back and watch my old stuff. Yeah, that won't happen. Just kidding. Who knows? Have hope. Okay, time to end stream. Bye-bye. Boom, 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 boom.